Hi, and thank you, Matsuburo. We're on our private property right now, and I'm able to enjoy it free of trash, free of needles, and free of strangers coming onto my land. And so I can come out here for a beautiful walk with my dogs, all thanks to the community support that you've provided in helping clean up our neighborhood.
Thank you, Matsuburo, for cleaning up my neighbors and making it a safer place for all children and people in my neighborhood.
I would like to give my sincere thanks to the Matsu Borough and their initiative and efforts in the cleanup of the property at 895 Heather Way. We live across the street from this property. We dealt with a lot of unfortunate criminal activities due to the state of that property prior to the cleanup. Since the cleanup, my children are able to walk down the road. We're able to walk our dogs again. We're able to drive out of our property without it being blocked by abandoned vehicles or people that were conducting criminal activity. And so you have made our end of the road safer, and I greatly appreciate that. So thank you.
Hey, I'm Belinda Brooks. I live on Sage, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking care of that drug house there on Heather Way. I used to walk my dog, but I was afraid to go down that street very far because of what I'd heard about it. So it's just so nice now to be able to feel safe and walk on down there. So again, thank you for caring about our neighborhood.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for helping to make our neighborhood much nicer and a safer place. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Matsuburo, for cleaning up at the end of the road. I can walk my dog safer now.
Thanks, Matsuburo, for cleaning up the drug house / junkyard at the end of my driveway.
Hi, my name is Will Hastings, and I'm a member of the Tenino Community Council. I want to thank the borough staff and borough assembly for all the leadership and energy that they took to resolve the Heather Way issue for our community. Sometimes government intervention is needed. Heather Way was one of those times. I'm hoping that in the future we can develop a more structured approach to dealing with these problems as they come up, as borough growth and maturity progress. Again, I want to thank the Borough Assembly and the borough staff for showing the leadership needed to confront this challenge head on. Thank you.
That's an after picture right there. So you got the before to start, and that's your after picture. It's just absolutely beautiful. So from all of us residents, and that's only a small sampling, okay, I couldn't make it last that long for this 7-minute speech, but that's just a small sampling of how grateful the children, the parents, all the residents in that area are for what you did, and super grateful to Assemblyman Fonoff and Jason Ortiz for all their work. They've done a great job, and you should all know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's just one person. Is that all we on from there? Okay. The next item is committee reports. It's my understanding that we did not have a joint assembly school board committee on school issues. And are there any public relations reports from any of the assembly people? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for coming today and recognizing this. It's very nice that as an assemblyman, when you do something, but then, when things like this get completed and the major things, it's important for the rest of the assembly and the rest of the, residents to know that there is something good that we're doing too, and it helps us and hopefully motivates us to continue to do the hard work. And obviously, if it wasn't without help of Jason Ortiz, the legal department, many things that came together to complete that. It is, but obviously you guys put a lot of work in bringing it to our attention and communication. So to everybody who was involved, I want to say thank you, because it wasn't just one person effort. So thanks.
Any other assembly people? Okay. Mr. Brown, do you have no report? Okay. Shannon, attorney report? No? Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Your clerk's report is in the red folder with the upcoming meeting schedule and the quasi-judicial report. Also attached is the March 1st meeting agenda for Saturday. It's the strategic planning session over at the Cottonwood Public Safety Building starting at 9 a.m. And also, I was contacted by the school district asking if April 4th would be a good day for the assembly to attend a ribbon cutting ceremony for the Matsu Central School.
Okay. Anybody need to check their calendars or anything? April 4th is what?
April 4th.
And what day of the week
Oh.
is that, ma'am?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Sorry, I will
That's-
look.
Okay. I don't know that it makes any difference, but,
April 4th is a Friday.
okay. All right. Everybody okay? All right.
Do you know what time of day?
They haven't told me the time, no.
Depending on the time, it might be a conflict for me, but it might not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And then also, just so the assembly knows, I changed my jury duty from January because I had 4 other people in my office on jury duty at the same time. So now my jury duty starts March 28th through the 11th of April.
Okay.
And that's it.
And that's your report. Okay. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Is there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence by the assembly? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. And Madam Clerk.
I am 25046, reporting the conclusion of contract for bid 23108B with JTA Construction for a final contract amount of $685,280.81 for the Snowshoe Elementary School water line replacement project.
Are there any comments on the IM? Okay, hearing none, then it's been presented. The next item is audience participation, and we do have a sign-up sheet, but before we go to that, the only item under unfinished business this evening is an ordinance that we did have public hearing on before. And so when we get to that item, there will not be an opportunity for the public to talk about that. So if you do have some issues or thoughts regarding that, please participate in the audience participation. Yes, Madam.
Just for the assembly and for people online listening, I've just been told that the call-in line isn't working properly for people to call in. So IT's shaking their head that it's good, but I wanted to make sure everybody knew that.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Caleb.
Okay, and thanks, Caleb, for all your work. So I'll go ahead and repeat that in case, so if anybody that's online as well as here, you had planned on wanting to testify on ordinance 25-012, the public hearing has been held previously, and so there was, after we finished the public hearing last time, it was brought to the assembly for their action, and they postponed it. And so the postponement will take place this evening. So if you do want to testify on that ordinance, you do under audience participation. Okay, so now we will go to the sign-in sheet, and Janice. And you got the updated concern that you had regarding the contract. Did you get that in the email that the clerk sent out?
No.
Oh, Tiffany sent it out. Okay.
I didn't. Anyway, I was going to talk on something else. My name is Janice Norman, and I'm a longtime Wasilla resident. And I want to talk tonight a little bit about the election machines and then also about the Safe Streets for All. I have been emailing you guys pretty consistently about the Safe Streets issue. And so I'm going to touch on that for the public. For the election issues, I have here with me my own little personal Raspberry Pi computer. And this Raspberry Pi computer has an SD slot with a little SD card in it that I can not put in right now. It's got the power, it's got 2 HDMI ports, it's got an audio video jack, It's got USB 2.0, 3.0. It's got an Ethernet cable port. I just want to talk about how easy this is, how mobile it is, and how unsecure it is. And when we did the hand counting the last time and we had those boxes with the scanner and the computer in it, that was unsecure. And whether we were just using that for just ballot counting, just counting how many ballots or whatever, the fact is that the borough did not assure us that this was going to be secure. And as far as I know, it wasn't. As far as I know, the little computers went home and someone switched and put another little SD card in there and they're capturing the images. That's the other thing that I want to talk about. When we scan and the machines are counting, is it creating a temporary image? And I asked that we went over this, and I have not heard back from Lonnie about us getting together and talking about the machines. And I would really like to see us do that, because there's still a lot of questions about this. And I think it's you guys are withholding information. You are withholding information from the public, because we do have concerns about the little computers, and we're not getting answers. And that's why we're persisting on this. We want answers. We said no machines. You're going ahead and you're using these little machines. We want answers for it. So anyway, okay, the other thing was the Safe Streets for All. Under the Trump administration, they're getting rid of all the DEI, the green energy scams, the equity issues, and the Safe Streets for All that we have going on, that does have that verbiage in the plans. And so I think this is something that we need to start looking at. We need to be parsing out what projects we're going to actually do that aren't going to infringe on my rights as a person. And having skinny streets is one of those rights I don't want taken away. And having cameras watching me all the time is another thing that I don't want. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Tom? And while he's coming up, 2 weeks ago at our assembly meeting, the ordinance that was passed removed anything that had to do with a voting machine, a tabulation machine, and a counter, anything like that was addressed by this assembly and passed, and asked that that not be a part of the voting procedure from now on out. So just so everybody realizes that. And if you want a copy of that, we can, from the clerk's office, provide you a copy of the legislation that was passed. Okay, so go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor. I did not know that, but I want to appreciate it. My name is Tom Robertson. I became a registrar for the state of Alaska in 1978, where I could register people for vote and then count the ballots. And we prided ourselves, we kept the punch card system in stacks of 25. And it was such a thorough, accurate way of doing things. You could come back 10 years later and we had the concrete proof of what the voting was, and everybody could see this is what it was. And we had the proof. This past year, when I ran the chairmanship of the voting booth in Butte Elementary, we couldn't prove that day what the votes were. Well, we had no concrete proof about anything. And there was a CEO, I can't remember if it was with Apple or Google or Microsoft, but he testified in Congress that they could divvy up those machines and make false entries and nobody would know the difference. And when the congressman says, "You mean you can make that machine do false things and nobody ever could trace it again?" He said, "That's right. We can do that." And and there's no concrete proof about anything. So I just wanted to let you know, I thank you for your help. And I think the state kind of rammed those voting machines down our throats. So I want you to thank them and tell them we don't need their help anymore. Because as a voting people, as a registrar, we're the ones that make it happen. Nobody here would have ever been elected to anything if it wasn't for the voting people who run the election booth. Nobody. No judges, no proposition. Nothing would happen in the whole state of Alaska if it wasn't for the voting people who volunteer their time to run the voting election booth. Not one thing would happen. Not one person would be voted. We are the rubber that meets the road. We're the backbone to the election system. and we want to keep it there. We pride ourselves with doing it clear and accurate, and we want to continue doing it. We want to make this the best borough in this state. We want to make this the best government in the whole United States, and we want to prove it. We not just talk about it. We want to prove that we can do it, and we're going to keep doing it, and we're not going to give up. And like I said, these are volunteers. A lot of them that volunteered their time. I mean, we get paid $20 an hour from the election bureau, Department of Elections, for our time, but we still volunteer a lot of other things to make it good. And we want it clear. We want it accurate. We want to be able to prove it years down the road that we did our job. And when we walk out of the voting booth, we all sign our names to it that this is clear, accurate, and well done. And if there's anybody else in here who believes in what I'm saying and believes in God and believes our country and America, I just want you to stand up and thank God. In Jesus' name I pray. Thank you. Amen.
Linda?
My name is Linda Spohn. I attended the Library Citizens Advisory Committee meeting last week. 2 books were read by the committee, and the committee voted by majority to remove both books from the libraries. They have voted as a majority to remove previous books they have read, but no books, that's 0 books, have been removed. The committee members read the ugly, filthy, vulgar books as a community service, but their input for the most part goes unheeded or unheard. Several members of the committee expressed that these books have a negative effect on them. One member said the books traumatized them, that they need to decompress, and didn't know how long they could keep reading the evil, perverse, obscene content. Another member said she felt abused reading the book titled Haters, that the content was so lewd, raunchy, and offensive. I ask you, what are these books designed to do to children, young adults, and even adults? The authors of these cesspool content books have got to be evil, and we taxpayers should not be forced to fund this filthy slop in our local libraries or institutions. Responsible leaders and citizens are morally and ethically obligated to protect all children, young adults, and even each other. We will all be held accountable. We are not banning anything. If someone wants their kids to read smut, there are many other sources. Taxpayers should not have to pay for people's degeneracy. The opposition keeps saying it's the parents' responsibility what their child reads. But the truth is, if a parent goes to the library with several children, there's no way you could know everything a child picks up and looks at. With pornography, one look and the damage is often locked in. If members of the LCAC, who are mature adults, are saying these books have a negative effect on them, what does it do to a child's developing mind? Again, we are all obligated, if we are in fact a moral, ethical community, to protect children and each other. Thank you, and may God have mercy on us through the shed blood of Jesus. Thank you.
John Miller.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly. I appreciate all you do each and every day. I'm here to talk about something totally different, and you guys might already be on top of all this, but I want to talk about the natural gas pipeline that's kind of being planned in the works, so, talked about. I think it's going to be a possibility with President Trump now pushing gas development. And I would just like the borough to be on top of things. It seemed like the last time this came up, we hardly had a seat on the table. And when they designed the route for that pipeline, it went down to Valdez or to Nikiski and just totally bypassed the valley. And I think the valley would be the most excellent route for this pipeline, and especially to Point McKenzie. But we need to plan ahead and have a strategy and be prepared this time and make a good case for bringing that pipeline to the Point McKenzie. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Just give everybody a heads up. I also want to let people know that on the 27th, Thursday, North Lakes Community Council is going to be having their monthly meeting. Tim has showed up there a couple times. Dimitri was there last time. And every time an assembly person comes to our meetings, they add a whole lot of insight to what we're talking about. So I just want to invite any of you that are free on Thursday night to come to the North Lakes Community Council, or basically any community councils. I know you probably go to some other ones too. But that would be on Thursday, the 27th. And I thank you for your time.
John, would you state? Yeah.
John Miller.
Thank you. Jackie?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Assembly. You know, 5 years ago, I was a romance writer. I was very timid, retired from the post office. And if Anchorage hadn't decided to mask my 2-year-old granddaughter, I would never have even tried to find out what government was doing and why they were mandating things. But you know, in December, my mother suffered her 3rd stroke after she took the bioweapon injection. And unfortunately, she passed away from this one in January. That's why I wasn't here and I wasn't challenging the books and following through, is because I was handling things there. And unfortunately, since her 2nd stroke, she had given her great-grandson her debit card, so he wasn't paying on her account, which means that none of the payments on the death benefits were paid either. So just letting you know that there are things happening in life that people don't know, and yet they seem to think that I'm responsible for everything. But I just want you to know that I thought back then that everybody who had a degree or was a librarian or was an educator was intelligent. I thought if you had an alphabet after your name, that meant something. I revered you. I revered people who were elected. And then I found out some of them can't even figure out when they're hypocritical. This is from the Library Citizens Advisory Community meeting. A member of, one of the people who fights for these books said this: "Community is made up of many, many people, many, many views. I am a person of faith, and I feel called to come to these meetings, and I had an occasion to read a book, a children's book, and it resonated with me. And I dedicate this to the trans and queer community, all the people who are marginalized. You, when God made you all shiny and new, an incredible you, a you all of your own, a you unlike anyone's ever known, an exclusive design, one God refined. You are perfectly crafted, one of a kind." I can't even go on because can she believe this? If you were so perfectly crafted, why are they trying to trans you? Do you know that if you were in the Mount Vesuvius volcano in 79 AD and you were buried in ash, and 1800 years later, as an archaeologist named Giuseppe Fiorelli found pockets of air and he put plaster Paris in there, and they went in there and they put, they made figures of people and dogs and things. You see these, right? Okay. Well, they decided that if it was a couple embracing, it was a man and a woman, and it was a man and a woman and a child, and they made all these things up in the museums. And then somebody last year decided to take a DNA test on these plaster casts. And guess what they found? The DNA was still intact and it still showed that their sex was male or female. And they had them wrong. And you can look this up. The ones that were male and female were actually 2 males, and the one that was a family group was actually 3 males. You can look this up. So in other words, even if you've been dead for almost 2,000 years and part of a museum exhibit, your body will still tell on you. If you try to trans, you can't. It's an impossibility. And so if you were perfectly crafted, that means you were perfectly crafted by God, period. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have some new people here. I just want to remind everybody that if you came to testify on ordinance 25-012, that the public hearing has already has taken place, so the discussion will be on the assembly level. So if you want to talk about that ordinance, please do so under this audience participation. So anybody, just come forth if you want to testify?
Good evening, Assembly, Mayor, Manager, Attorney, Assistant. I'm really glad to be here, and I'm really thankful for all of you and for all of us out here. I was thinking about this week, how it just gives us all an opportunity to challenge each other and challenge ourselves. And so I want to thank you, Assembly, for challenging me to challenge you. Okay, so we're talking here about this ordinance 25012. There are a lot of items in here, and it looks like it's been cherry picked. I think there's 4 different sections of the Title 25 code. I just went through it quickly, so I could be in error. But there's a lot of things in here that are of concern and need attention, and this should not be passed tonight. In addition to some other, it looks like amendments by phono here. Just calling your attention to, let's see, this is page 3, where it says tabulation, take that out, put counting in. For months, years, we've been talking to the Assembly here about your verbiage. We hear paper counters, we hear clickers, we hear tabulation. We hear all these terms, but you don't call them scanners, which is what they are. Okay? Putting counting in, it should say hand count only. That's what it is. It's not just count, it's hand count only. So that needs to be changed. Regarding the oath for poll watchers, I would like to know, I don't know how to get this information, I'll see if I can, how many poll watchers we had in the 2024 election from the Mat-Su Borough. Because there were firsthand reports from the training, from the clerk, that there were not going to be any poll watchers. Now, I hope that there were, and I hope that that is definitely the case. I know that I was refused to be a poll watcher, not by the clerk, but by another entity. And so, and I would like to know why an oath is being required. I know that there was some concerning things that were going on that residents picked up on. And if that is called confidential information that they are unable to record or report concerning things, then that is a problem. So I am questioning the oath and what is in the oath. It doesn't say what's in the oath here. Let's see. And yeah, what good is all the verbiage about the poll watchers if poll watchers are being prohibited from participating in the elections? Like, it all sounds good on paper, but what good is it if we're not really doing it? Right? So that's my time up. I also wanted to say one more thing. I did put my public records request in on November 13th for all the information regarding the scanners, how they got to be in our elections. I didn't get a reply until the 22nd, after the 21st Assembly meeting in January. And then I've been sent records twice. All of them are the wrong records. It's like the Oreo cookie. It's like, I got the information before the scanners were talked about. I got the information about the January 2025 Assembly meeting, but there's no cream in the middle of the Oreo cookie. I didn't get any of the information about the talk of the scanners, the deliberations, the purchase order, nothing. So. Thank you very much.
Kathy, would you state your name, please, for the record?
Of course, sorry. Kathy Harris, Wasilla.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, yes. Richard?
I wanted to give you a handout.
Okay, give it to the clerk.
Also email. Trying to communicate, So
Thank you.
I'm Richard Stoffel from Palmer, and And this ordinance 25012, it's just like another manipulation of the elite, and this is what I'm talking about. Our country is founded on godly principles, providing a framework for our Constitution which defines our rights, freedoms, and the unwavering accountability tasked to we the people to maintain our liberty. Therefore, we have a republic form of government which is for and by the people. The people have the responsibility to run the country. We have not done our job or been truly vigilant as our founding fathers instructed us to be, and so we are finding ourselves losing our republic form of government and moving towards rule by the elite. This is my point. As the Matsu Borough Assembly members, you are elected officials, elected to serve the residents of the Matsu Borough. You have been entrusted with tools and with the authority to use these tools to uphold these principles and serve we the people, we the Matsu Borough residents, with complete transparency. And when our founding godly principles are exchanged for power and transparency is exchanged for obscurity, we see that our elected officials have exchanged their servant invaluable for the ruling elite. That's what's happened to us, because we let it happen. In their minds, the ruling elite consider themselves superior in quality, intelligence, rank, and skill. The elite elected officials believe that they are above the law, obviously, attempt to control those they are entrusted to serve. The elite elected officials convince themselves that sovereign citizens are not capable of knowing what is necessary or how to run a city, borough, state, or country. And that's going across our whole country, this rule by the elite, because we, the people, have dropped the ball. By your actions, the Matsu Borough government portrays an elitist rule over the sovereign citizens. You have proven to me and many others that you do not honor the true rule of law or the will of the people. Example, the hand count only, no machine ordinance 22-119. I'll say that's the only good thing you've done, but trying to bury it now. Whatever you would have brought in the process, whatever you would have brought in the process of the ballot, other than the hand count only, anything you would have brought in except hand count only is against the October 2022 passed hand count only no machine ordinance. So it's not a discussion about whether you have tabulators and computers. Anything you would have brought would have been against the law. Of course, I can see it just doesn't really matter.
Thank you, Richard. Anyone else that would like to testify on any subject?
Mike Alexander, Big Lake. I'm here still whining about the machines. I'm tired of them. It's a waste of money. I see my property values went up again this year, so you can waste more of my money, I guess. I don't know. But I would like to see those machines done away with. And the point is, if you can't count beforehand and figure how many ballots there are, then why are you counting the others? The machines, like I told you before, doesn't. I had trouble with them. We got it fired up. And then if I put more than 30 in there, it spit 2 out at a time. So even though it might have been started as a good intention, it's a machine that doesn't work. It's kind of like wanting to have a nice car and you end up with a Yugo. So it's kind of that way. And I'd really like to see you do away with these machines. And next time, put a lot more thought into, on down the road, what your consequences are. Like I said, I kind of see that you spit them in there real quick. It tells you how many you have. And then when you count votes, because some of them won't count, you have an idea of how many you had. That's fine. But most people manage to count them. Of course, like I said, I had it easy, 90 votes, no problem. But we whipped those out in about 5 minutes. We had them counted. We counted them three of us counted them. Yeah, we had 90. Life was good. Double checked each other's count and went on and got the rest of them done. And I know with 11 or 1,200 people voting, it's a lot tougher, but this was money that was wasted. Because if the machine would have worked properly, like if you could put 100 or 200 in there at a time and it counted them, wonderful. But they don't. 30 is about the limit. So if you get rid of those, it would really help. And like the ordinance says, no machines. And that's what we wanted. And we hope we can stay there. And maybe one of these days the borough will have 1 million people living in it. It'll be a little harder to do, but most of Canada and all the countries up until a few years ago hand counted every ballot, and they were done within a lot quicker than we're getting them done here at times. Some of that's the state laws, I realize, but we could do that in the future. And I'd like this, next time someone dies to buy a machine or something like this comes along, think about it, just a little bit. And what are my consequences down the road? Is it really that good? What's the quality of that machine? Because basically you've wasted our money by buying them. And I really appreciate y'all I don't know where you put those, how they would use those anywhere else, but if they can, if you put them off on eBay or somewhere, get rid of them, whatever you have to do. But let's get rid of those and let's see if our people can still count. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else that would like to?
So good evening, Mayor and Assembly. I'm Mary Ravetta from Wasilla, and I've attended the book committee meeting several times, and that's what I want to address along the same lines that Linda had talked about. So I don't want to repeat a lot of what she said, but when I've been to the meetings, the books are not really going anywhere from what I can tell. They're getting voted on. The things they're voting on don't seem to be really pertinent to moving somewhere forward to getting the books out of the children's hands. That's my big concern. I'm working with children now at Reach 907, and I see the damage that this kind of thing does to children. And they don't need, just like Linda talked about, the pollution to their brain. I mean, just one look is enough, and it can take the innocence away from the child. And I know it from my own experience. Took me 13 solid years of major therapy, major work to undo that kind of damage. So I'm just really pleading that more could be done with that community book. It's great, it's getting out, that people can see and hear, but it doesn't, what I'm noticing from the votes, that the books aren't getting out of the children's hands, basically. So that's what I just wanted to put my input on that subject. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mary. Anyone else?
Hi, Ed. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Dave. How are you?
Thank you for the opportunity. And my name is Dave Johnson. I live in Wasilla. And I do appreciate the opportunity that I can come to you. I do appreciate the opportunity that I can come to you and approach you with the issues in our valley. I'm not that fortunate with the state. Under our Constitution, I have the right and actually the responsibility to petition our government if I don't agree with it. I'm having lots of problems with the state not following the law. Okay, I didn't write the law. Our legislators wrote the law. They're to follow it just as much as we are, right? And there's lots of issues. Right now I'm in the Ninth Circuit. I'll probably go to the Supreme Court with this. This is how bad the election laws are in this state. I'm grateful that I can come see you guys and talk to you about what's wrong. We know that the data that we use, the voter registration rolls that the state gave us for the election this last time, had 332, they had just removed 332 non-citizens from it. 62 of them voted 129 times. Now that was in their data. Since then, they removed it and hid it. So I can't get the inactive rolls anymore. It's not showing. That tells you that It's easier to hide it than fix it. And all I want to do is fix what our problem is. Now, I know we've gone a long way, and there's a lot of no trust for the machines. And I understand that. That's what our problem is. I like the hand count. It's very important to us. The transparency is very important to us. People don't trust the system. It doesn't matter if it's machines. It doesn't matter what it is. It's the system. Okay? It's not an attack on persons. It's the system. The method that we allowed us to get to. Now, I worked before I retired. I was in problem resolution for a Fortune 500 company. And my job was to see what was wrong, look at it, analyze it, take it apart, figure out what's the best way to fix this particular problem. And I would be more than willing to work with elections to help on that because I'm so involved in it right now. But it works on anything. It's just what I've been trained to do my whole entire life. All right. And I think we're going the right direction. I really do. And I thank you, Lonnie, for at least standing up, okay, and working with us. But we got a long way to go because we're working with a lot of junk coming into us. The state rolls are terrible. That's not even close. Good example, Anchorage, 200,000 ballots go out for their local election. 20,000 come back. Undeliverable. Why are you using a system and spending that kind of money? That's the kind of problems that are embedded in what we do. So I'm willing to work with you and help you any way I can because I just want it fixed. And I think that's what everybody else wants too. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dave. So anyone else in the audience that would like to address the assembly? Okay, do we have people online, sir? Okay, go ahead, who's ever online, please.
Dave Johnson. His name was Dave Johnson.
Dave, yeah, Dave. Are they still there, Caleb? They need to mute their phone?
Unmute.
Oh, can you, who's ever online, is your phone unmuted? We'll give you a minute. Don't be anxious, we'll wait. I know sometimes it's frustrating and concerning when you're on the phone and you know other people are waiting for you, so.
No, it's a different system.
Oh, they're gonna call back in, okay.
Oh, hi.
Hi, go ahead.
This is Ruth Wood. I'm calling from Talkeetna. And I actually didn't plan to testify, but I just tuned in. And I want to say I'm 74 years old, and I've voted in every single election I was allowed to. Most of them had electronic counting. I've never seen any problem with electronic counting. It's fine with me that the borough voted to hand count. I think it's kind of a waste of time and money. But okay, and I'm just fine with the machine determining how many ballots you have and then hand counting the ballots. So I just have not seen, I mean, a lot of people that I didn't vote for have been elected, but I've never thought that they were unfairly elected. And I also want to say we have the most wonderful library up here. We have the most wonderful library staff, and we have the most wonderful community. And our community has no problem with our library, no problem with the books that are in it. And, you know, we have a lot of engaged parents. And if they don't like a book in the library, when their child checks it out, they bring it right back. So I think there's just a lot of energy being spent here. And I would like every one of these people to tell me, do their kids have cell phones? If you have cell phones, if you have cable TV or satellite TV, you can see the most pornographic things you will ever see in your life. And I think that it's the time and money we are spending trying to keep our citizens from seeing the material they want to see is just ridiculous. So I couldn't help myself. I've been reading a lot of the banned books, and half of them I can't figure out why anybody wanted to ban them. So I don't think they're perverting anybody's minds. And if I get one that I find offensive, well, I put it up and I read something else. So I think that we have a lot of adults in this community, and they have to take responsibility for what they read and what their children read. So I wanted you to hear that there are people out there with different views than what you've been hearing tonight. So thanks for this chance to testify.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Ruth. We have anybody else online, Caleb? No? We do have one person? Another person?
5350. What do we mean? Are you trying to say that? Okay. Whoever's on the phone with the last four digits from their phone number 5350, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, this is Colleen Bostwick, and I'm not really up on all the forms of anything, but we were calling in regards to the committee quorums that they wanted to add the number of personnel to the committee, and I was voting against that because some of the secondary communities would not have any representation if they changed that. I was unable to get the forms and read the ordinance on that. I have no idea what ordinance number that is. But anyway, I was calling to support no change on the borough council members count. I guess they wanted to be able to drive around with 2 people for projects, and that would make a quorum, so they needed to up the assembly members in those communities, from my understanding. I'm not really up to speed to speak very fluent about that, but I thought you might have somebody that came up that was talking about that, so I could kind of integrate with that, but evidently I haven't heard anything on the quorum counts for any borough meetings in the secondary communities.
Okay. Do you have any more input you would like to say?
No, that was, I just would think it would be best to leave it as it stands, because some communities don't have the members to be able to do that. And they would have no representation at all.
Okay. Okay, anything further?
No, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak about something I'm not really up to snuff with.
That's okay. The first few times it is sort of scary, but I appreciate that you overcame your fear and that you did, and we appreciate that very much. So, thank you.
Well,
okay. We have another person now, Caleb. Okay. So the next person online, please.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor. This is Clark Smith, SMITH, and I don't know if you're on that.
Sir, just a second. We cannot hear you. Can you go ahead and start speaking again?
Yes, my name is Clark Smith, and I'm calling in regards to the 25017. Are we there yet, or are we still on 1-2?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just calling. I called last week also about the proposition to change the quorum or the required members for an RSA in this area up here in this district from a 3-member quorum to a 5-member quorum, or 5-member board, I should say, requiring 4 members to be a quorum, and changing that from what it is now, which is a 3-member board requiring 2 members to have a quorum. And the proposal to change that to everybody have a 5-member board is it's just, and for us with only 3 members, that doesn't really accomplish a great deal. It doesn't do anything positive other than put a strain on the board to actually find 5 members that will be on the board, and it's not going to solve any problems because there's no problem the way it's working right now. I don't know why we want to monkey with that, because the system that we're working with right now is working. There's been no complaints about that I know of in any of the RSAs, and it'll be more if a 3-member board cannot get 2 people to make a quorum, it's going to be very difficult for a 5-member board to get 4 members there for a quorum. It's going to be really difficult, and if that doesn't happen, then you have nothing. I don't know how that's going to work, because it's already difficult for a 3-member board to have 2 there, even for a quorum for that. It's nip and tuck every time. So I'm against that proposal 100%. I don't think it'll solve any issues. There's no issues to be solved with it going to a 5-member board. That's the bottom line. I don't see the advantage to anything. It's going to be a great disadvantage in my opinion. So that's my thoughts on that. I don't know if we're on that topic or not, but anyway, that's my thoughts about that. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for calling in. Caleb, do we have anybody else? We do not. One last chance for anyone in the audience that hasn't given input to the assembly on any item. Doesn't have to be something on the agenda. Yeah. Are you sign, or is it under a public hearing, Mike? Is it the, let's see, the AM on the road service area board, whatever? Yeah, that will not be a public hearing. So if you want to do your input now.
Yeah, not the road service area board.
This is for the improvement list. Is that what you wanted to address? I don't think we should have a sign-up sheet for that, do we? Yeah, you should testify now, Mike. Yeah. And if we have a sign-up sheet out there for AM 25-011, we should not have one.
We don't.
Okay, you don't.
I signed up
Okay.
for something out there, and I wasn't sure
You-
when the opportunity might be, so.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Well, good evening. My name is Mike Clowater. I hail from the Willow area, and I'm here tonight to request funding for the first mile of Lynx Lake Road and replacement of the bridge. And I'm not sure if many of you know where Lynx Lake Road is. It's mile 64 of the Parks Highway, just north of Houston on the south side of Willow. It kind of borders the southern west side of Nancy Lake. The road's about 6 miles long and ends up at the Nancy Lake State Park and a 140-acre church camp at the very end. There's about 137 properties that, assessed properties that access via this road. And additionally, the borough has 4 large parcels totaling 1,900 acres, which is a little bit over 3 square miles of borough-owned property up north there. And as the valley core becomes more saturated, the value of that property as population moves north, I think is of great value. Borough records from surveying indicate that this road was first put in play in about 1915. So it's about 110 years old that the first survey records show, and it does have a dedicated 60-foot wide right-of-way. The reasons for improving this road and the bridge are twofold. One is access for the residents who use the road, as well as emergency response services. Two, fire safety. The property surrounding Lynx Lake Road sits in a sweet little unburned zone, kind of north of the Big Lake Miller's Reach fire and south of the Sockeye and Denali fires. And it's in this very fine unburnt zone. And virtually all of the fire officials that I've talked to indicate it's not a matter of if, but when this will happen. And I'm a little bit spooked with the dry winter we've had and what we're walking into as far as fire season this year. Ingress and egress is one way in and out. In the middle of the fire season, the church camp has approximately 80 kids and chaperones back there. And improvements to the road would allow for better ingress for firefighters, as well as egress out for residents and other participants on there. State Forestry has been working in the past 5 years on a shaded fuel break where they're knocking down the dead spruce and making a defense point for Lynx Lake Road and allowing more time for firefighters to get in there on that road. The bridge is a railroad car. It's about 40 feet long. It's not the Connect River crossing by any means. And it's not suitable for heavier fire equipment and tankers to go across it safely. And hopefully that'll get fixed before, when there's an emergency there, the bridge fails and then residents will be stranded. The Assembly actually unanimously approved the ordinance 21-115 and 21-220, which were cited to repair and replace the bridge years back. And there's also quite a bit of good evidence recently from both State Forestry and Willow Fire indicating that they wanted improvements to the road too for emergency services. So in general, I'm hoping to get the road fixed and the bridge replaced. And it is number one on the road service area's agenda from May of 23. So it's got a lot of support. We've looked at a couple of grants, which sort of dead-ended at the recommendation of roads, and hoping to get a little traction down the road, and a pretty critical infrastructure really for the northern area. And again, I appreciate for all your time and dedication, and thank you for your service to the borough. Be happy to answer any questions or comments, or take you on tour if you would like.
Yep, he will.
I
Yep.
would volunteer that.
Thanks, Mike. So, Madam Clerk, I noticed that you did get some sign-in sheets, but is there other people on those that maybe signed in on an incorrect one or something that we should be sure they get an opportunity to testify now?
The only other person that signed up under audience participation that hasn't spoken has signed up for after the public hearing audience participation.
Okay, all right. So we have a number of sign-in sheets out there. And so I just want to be sure that if you were going to talk about something else that's on the agenda that's not a public hearing, that probably now is the best audience participation time to do that. So, yeah, come on.
Is there going to be a public hearing for the 5-member board? Separately from this?
Let's see, yes, the ordinance 25-017, it has a public hearing this evening. So, so that will be later, I know we did have a couple people online, but we're just thankful people are calling in, and we'll have somebody else in later. Okay. Hi, Karen, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Karen Crandall and part of the Big Lake board with the libraries. And so I just wanted to make a couple comments about the issue. It just seems like the book committee that is reviewing all of those books, it's almost like they're spinning their wheels because there's so much money going into ordering these books, and the people are being subjected to reading these porno books. And it's very sad that it seems to me there's a lot of fear about any court cases with the ACLU, which is being undergone with the school district, up to 1.5 million, with being sued. So I feel that we need to really have some get up and go with taking this issue seriously, because our president has really come against the whole woke agenda and the pornographic agenda. And from what I understand, we have up to 14 days. Otherwise, federal funding will be, going against our schools and our education, and hopefully we'll get better education instead of our kids reading books that are disgusting and cause a lot of guilt psychologically, and it breaks down the ability to learn. So I really feel that needs to be taken into consideration. And as a borough, with all the libraries that we have and the types of books that we're getting, we need to really make these libraries accountable for the standard of what's happening nationally. So that's one issue. Then the next issue, I think I can put it in, is the marijuana issue. And so I was listening to the comments that Shelley Hughes is working on to try to develop our food supply in our state. And I feel very sad and heartbroken that there's so many industries and money going into the development of marijuana. And all it's doing is creating more problems with lack of motivation, just robbing families and development of just a person in general. And I know that we have a lot to take into consideration in developing our industries that are better, our energy industries. And so I really feel like these marijuana places, and I think I've talked to you about this before, should be really illegal and turned into places of food production for our state so that we can be more independent with the development of our food supply. And that's really important because we're kind of an isolated state. We're still working on our infrastructure and our transportation. And I think it's a disgrace that they can pop up these really expensive marijuana places and get it out there to the public. And it's destroying our society as a whole. And so we need to have some accountability to the development of our food supply and penalizing the real illegal way that is detrimental and it shouldn't be allowed in the schools. I've been a teacher, so they say no to drugs in the schools. So we need common sense with our borough and with our state. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Karen. Anyone else under audience participation? And do we have one more person? Okay, go ahead, who's ever online.
Hi, my name is Thomas Brewer, Brewer. My home is in Willow, and I'm calling just to reinforce the testimony you just heard from Mike Clawitter, considering the RSA 20 RIP list. The proposal to improve Lynx Lake Road. We were previously told Lynx Lake Road was the top of the RIP list for RSA 20. Now, when we look at the agenda for this meeting, we find that improvements to Lynx Lake Road don't even make the list. I'm a taxpayer who pays nearly $2,000 a year in RSA 20 assessments for the privilege of accessing my property via Lynx Lake Road. I'm getting pretty frustrated that our road receives no maintenance from the borough. I access my property via the state-maintained Park Highway and the unmaintained Lynx Lake Road, which would be unpassable, particularly in the winter, if it weren't for me and my neighbors maintaining it. So my question is, where is my $2,000 a year going? And the answer is determined by reading the RSA 20 RIP list from the agenda today, is that it's going to pave other citizens' roads. Honeybee, Crystal Lake, last year it was Kimmy Lane. That doesn't seem fair to me. As well, I'm charged a significant portion of my taxes for emergency services, and realizing that the fire department won't bring a tanker truck over our little bridge, I realize that probably I'm not getting my money's worth there either. So the ask to improve the Lynx Lake Road, that project is a very small amount of money compared to other projects that are currently on that RSA 20 RIP list. So I'm asking that you please consider adding that project back onto that RIP list, in particular the project to improve the Lynx Lake Road. I appreciate your time and attention and the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have anyone else online, Caleb? Oh, okay. One last chance for anyone here. Okay, so go ahead and close audience participation, and Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2513, an ordinance approving the sale of certain borough-owned real property acquired through tax foreclosure for delinquent real property tax years 2019, 2018, and prior, and not needed for public purpose. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, we do have staff. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to raise my head. Thanks, Jill. Go ahead.
To the Assembly through the Mayor. Good evening. My name is Jill Ersick. I work in the Land Management Division. The ordinance in front of you is the approval to sell 36 properties in the next online competitive sale. There's no date set yet for this sale, but we would just like to get the approval to move forward with the sale. When the date is set, we will inform the Assembly when that date will be. But it's just approval of the sale. These properties were issued clerk's deed to the borough for failure to pay property taxes, and this is the next step in the process.
Any questions of staff? Okay, thanks, Jill. Ready? I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-01. 3, and we do have a couple people to testify, so I will call for you first, and then if anybody else wants to testify. So, Crystal? Is there a Crystal here?
She's coming.
Oh, there she comes. Okay.
Jill, can you turn the mic back on, please?
I came to ask if I could get my property off the.
Can you put the mic a little closer to you, please, and state your name first? Thank you.
I'm Crystal Locklook. I came to ask if I could get the property I'm sitting at off the foreclosure sale, because I came here last year in April to get it extended to get it paid for, and I have it all paid in full by March 5. If I could get it taken off the foreclosure sale.
Jim? Yep, continue on. If you have more to say, go ahead. You have plenty of time.
That's.
Keep talking. You're okay. Right there. Go ahead. I'll stay there with you.
I just wanted to know if I could get the property.
Tom, that's
off
Tom.
The,
Go ahead and sit down, please.
Property tax.
Thank you.
Property foreclosure, please.
Okay. Can you have to eat it, okay? Just think about it being an ice cream sundae or something, so you see, like that. So if you will, go ahead then and maybe give some of your testimony again. Okay, please.
I came last year in April to get my taxes paid off, and I got given a year, and I got a letter that it might go on sale, and I have until March 5 that I was going to get it all paid off, and I was wondering if I can get it taken off the foreclosure sale.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are you finished? Okay. Thank you. Okay, Robert?
I have a property that I've had since 99, I think, in Big Lake.
Can you give us your name first? For
Oh,
the
I'm sorry,
record?
Robert Galekovich.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
And I had to go out of state last year, my father was sick, and he ended up dying December 3rd of this last year at 87 years old. But I had to go down and take care of him for like 7 months. And so I had the taxes to be paid by, I thought we had till June 22nd this year. And then the date, I got a letter from Jill stating that it might be in April or May. They weren't exactly sure. I thought, from the last year that I discussed this, that I had a full year. And then the extenuating circumstances of my dad passing away, and I had to stay 7 months down in Vancouver, Washington, taking care of him. So it caused me a bunch of hardship regarding that. And I went down and put $5,000 toward the taxes today, and I have the receipt in my pocket. And I would just ask for a little more time because I thought I had till June 22nd, which would have worked out probably okay. My dad's estate went into probate, and there's plenty of money to handle that. Plus, I work also in the summertime construction that I could pay it. So I apologize for but anyway, I just asked for some hardship. And the date, I thought for sure I had till this 22nd of June. That's when the last sale was.
Okay, all righty. Okay, thank you.
So is that?
And I don't know if you want to show the receipt to Jill, or has she already seen it or something? She has seen it, okay.
She said they let her know.
Okay.
But I'll show it to her.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to testify on ordinance 25-013? Do we have anybody online? Nobody online? Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, was there somebody else? Yeah, the assembly will discuss it. Oh, did he leave? Oh. Yeah, just see if you get a hold of him and tell him we'll be talking about, yeah, thank you. Hey, Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-013.
Okay, discussion? Yes, assembly person, either one of you, whichever one wants to go first.
How many properties, Jill, are we talking about?
There are 36 properties, sorry, Assemblymember Bernier, through the mayor. There are 36 properties in this.
36?
Yep.
Okay. Can we remove those two?
Well, I think those are the same two that was asked to be removed a year ago,
That's correct.
right? And so on one, correct me if I'm wrong, on one, there has nothing been paid at all.
That's correct.
Then on the second one, the 5,000 was paid this afternoon. So, just for a reminder for everybody, okay?
How much has to be paid on the lady that spoke? What
Jill?
would satisfy that?
Well, it has to be paid in full. Sorry, it's Assemblymember McKee through the mayor. And at this point, as of today, excuse me, I have that right here. For that account, the amount owed is $2,627.75.
So nothing paid toward that would you, if this individual said, well, I can pay 1,000 or something like that?
They can pay, but before the sale, once the sale has happened, they have lost out on their property. The account has to be paid in full for the borough to return the property.
By what date?
The morning of the sale.
I'm sorry, what?
Prior to the sale.
When is the sale?
Don't know. We don't have a date set yet for the sale.
Okay, so it's not like tomorrow.
No, it wouldn't be earlier than May.
Oh, okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, your light's still on, is that okay? Okay. And Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, if I may, this is a question for staff. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but these delinquent accounts have until the sale is finalized to pay these accounts in full to remove it from foreclosure.
To Assemblymember Sumner through the mayor, that's correct. Statute states that the former record owner has the right to repurchase their properties up until the sale of the property, or 10 years, whichever comes first.
Okay, and then my other question is, what delinquent tax years are we talking about here?
This list is made up of taxes for 2019, 18, and prior. So there's a mixture of properties that owe from 2017. And then there was one that was put in there that was from 2019 and on. They haven't had taxes paid on them.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a list of people that have paid their tax in at least 5 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Assemblyperson Fauna, did you have a question or
Yeah.
comment?
One of the people that was talking, there's a number 26 on the list. Is that correct? So I'm just make sure. Can you give me the two numbers? Because I'm looking at the list of the properties. What are the two TS 46 dash
17
Okay.
and 26.
Okay.
Those were the two that testified.
Okay. And you did say to both the people that spoke last year, we removed them from the list. Is that correct?
To Assemblymember Fanov through the mayor, the lady that spoke, the assembly pulled the property during the public hearing, and Mr. Galovic's property was pulled by the manager after the assembly approved the sale. He spoke with Assemblymember Gamble, who then spoke with Manager Brown, who decided to pull the property for a year.
Okay. And on the number 17, is there a reason why that name is different than the lady who spoke? Is because I remember there was maybe a little different story last year. I just want to know that, make sure right person is speaking on for the correct property. Do you know anything about that?
Oh, it was the same person who spoke last year.
Correct, but the property owner on the record is not the same person that spoke. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Usually we hold these sales in the fall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there a reason why you want to move them to an earlier this year around?
We were directed by the assembly to speed up the process.
Speed up as in the
The
same
sale
calendar year?
process, the sale process, to kind of have more than one sale a year.
Okay. Well, I do think, from my understanding, if we remember agreeing on them, as much as I think, we shouldn't extend that to certain individuals by, just because they asked. I remember, I think the idea was to give them a year to comply. And then I think from my perspective, I do think if we usually had them in the fall of each year and we pulled them with the assumption that they have a year, and obviously one of the gentlemen made a pretty good, considering you just verified $10,000, correct? Or $5,000? $5,000. I mean, still long ways to go, because I think the balance in that one is at $24,000, so it just brings it down to 20. And in Alaska summers, when the people potentially can earn, I would want to honor the commitment of giving them 1 full year, because that's kind of what the discussion was. As much as I would not like to have repeat people asking for the same thing, that would be the only reason that I would consider postponing, if we did kind of said that it's going to be for a year. But that's just my understanding on what would be my position on this one.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So are we going to have a second sale this fall then as well?
I would like to hold, Assemblymember Hale through the mayor. I would like to hold 2 sales this year. The first sale I was hoping to have in the spring, late spring, May time. It's contingent on the conversion from the Govern to Tyler applications. I want that to go smoothly and to be tested prior to trying to take in money to pay off taxes.
And when was the public hearing where these, the public hearing where the one property was pulled? When exactly was that last year? Was that?
It was in April of last year. I don't remember the exact date.
April?
It was in April.
Okay. Right. I would go ahead and move that we pull these to the fall sale. In order to, I agree with Mr. Ponoff. We told him they'd have a year. We should give them a year. Move these to the fall sale, these 2 properties. So I'd make that motion.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Does everybody understand? Yeah. Oh, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I mean, to Assemblymember Hale's amendment, I would say as long as the sale's after April, they would have a full year to pay.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, if I could clarify with Ms. Ursick that it's PS 46, 26, and 17?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
So a fall sale would be, sorry, Joe, but what month would you expect a fall sale to be?
I made a promise to the clerk's office, Assemblymember Nowers, to the mayor, that I would move the sale forward a little bit, so it was no longer around the election time when I need her to sign things. So I was looking for September this year.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, that's the only question I had. Just a comment. There's a lot of people who pay their taxes on time, and I appreciate that the two folks coming forward to us are coming forward to us, because there's a lot of people who are not even coming forward to us to tell us something. I'm not thrilled to have given a year and being asked again, but I feel like you're here, you're thinking about paying. I don't feel like it's a huge leap to give you that additional time in good faith effort to try to get you to, get your affairs in order so you can come forward, and especially to the gentleman who's made a payment forward that shows some good faith. So I would support giving till the fall. So that means you'd have until the fall to any time before the sale. And, if you can communicate with staff to know when that's going to happen, if you're finding yourself short on time and worrying about the deadline.
Assemblyperson McKee, did you have a comment?
I do. I kind of think, I like the choice of words, good faith. If you're trying, and heaven knows that things don't always go the way you want them to go, shouldn't there be some sort of mechanism so that if there's an effort, and I'm not talking about $1.50, some sort of movement in that direction that would stop the clock? Yeah.
Apologies, Assemblymember McKee through the mayor. When we have a former record owner that is making a good faith effort and is making payments towards their account, we do work with them. Most of these accounts have had 0 payments on them in the last 5 or 6 years. And we've had 0 communication with the former record owners as well. We send out at least 7 notices throughout the foreclosure process, as well as posting the properties. And then the sales are generally a month long when we have them open. But I do have, for just an example, I have a foreclosure property where they were making payments every month for 2 or 3 years, and they finally got it paid off. And I chose not to put that property in a sale because I could see that the progress was being made. So I am willing to work with, the staff is willing to work with former record owners when they let us work with them.
And what were the two amounts? One was $10,000 and the man was offering to make a $5,000.
Mr. Galovich made a $5,000 payment this afternoon, and he currently owns about $19,000. And then the Kevin Harless property, which is TS 4617, is currently, as of today, as of today, they owe $2,627.75.
And have you actually heard from the property owner of record?
No.
No. Okay, thanks.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
I'm gonna continue. Just a couple questions. Just so we understand clearly, these properties are already in the Matsuburo's name. Is that correct?
To Assemblymember Fana, through the mayor, yes. The borough took clerk seat on these properties in 2023.
To kind of answer Ms. McKee's question, an owner, how much time they have to be behind on their taxes before our name, the borough's name, appears on the taxes?
Yeah, generally it's 3 or 4 years.
So 3 to 4 years they need to be behind on taxes before we take over title? And then how long do we hold it before we actually hold a sale on average?
2 years.
So this is combined of close to 5-6 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if somebody, including any of the people, if they were to pay off the taxes, there is still late penalty and interest does apply. So they are being penalized if they, even on the last day, if they make payment, there's still interest and penalties on there. Is that correct?
Every month, the interest and penalties get applied to the delinquent accounts. And then as of July 1, the 2025 taxes will be applied to that account, which they will have to pay in full prior to the property being returned to them.
Okay. So another question: if somebody comes and who is not the owner and pays that, especially on number 17 in $2,619, will it revert to the former owner? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the actual title from Matsuburo will go back to the former owner.
Correct.
Okay, and then they can dispute the negotiations who's okay. So I think that kind of gives an understanding of how long it takes to before this actually property was. I think we are being very reasonable with how much time we're giving, and the only, like I said, if you said that we did have this meeting when we delayed it and pulled some of these properties was actually in April of last year.
Correct.
And when did we held that year? That was last year's. Was it in fall?
The sale was in October.
October. Okay. Yeah, on the number 26, who made a $5,000 payment, I would support amendment to having that one be postponed. The other one, the person who's speaking does not match the owner record and have made a zero effort to make any payment towards it. I would oppose the number 17 personally. Thank you.
So are you making a secondary amendment? Because we have an amendment on the floor to pull both of them. So are you making a secondary amendment?
Considering, no, I will not make an amendment because I think the sale was held in last October, so I'll just retract about the amendment part of it.
Okay, so you're just going to let the amendment stand that's on the floor?
There's a compassionate partner, but I guess I do think it should be 1 year that we kind of had that originally estimated it to be. So the fact that we're holding the sale earlier now, I'm hesitant to make that amendment because we want to give them a fair chance to make that payment. So I guess I'll stay with that.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
Oh, I just had a comment that September is hunting season, so you might actually have better sales if it's not in September.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah.
Any objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing no objection, then the amendment passes. So before you, you have the acceptance of ordinance 25-01, 013 as amended. Further discussion? Any objection to the passing of the motion of ordinance 25-013?
Would you just restate what the amendment is, just to extend it to?
To Assemblymember McKee, the amendment's already passed. We were on the main motion.
Oh, got it.
But I can tell you the amendment was to take off those two properties and put them up for sale in the fall.
In the fall.
Okay, any objection to the main motion? You got your hands up? No, okay. You're just praying? Okay, hearing no objection, then the legislation passes as amended. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2517, an ordinance amending MSB 5.25 service areas to provide for a 5-member board of supervisors for the road service areas in Caswell Lakes, Greater Willow, Meadow Lakes, Gold Trail, Greater Talkeetna, and Trapper Creek. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Sir, go ahead first.
Yeah,
staff
Madam Mayor,
report.
there's really no
David.
staff report for this. The title of the legislation pretty accurately describes what the legislation intends to do. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-017. And we do have a sign-up sheet. DJ McBride?
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, my name is DJ McBride. I am the chair of RSA 15, Caswell Lakes. On February 10th, the Caswell Lakes RSA held a public meeting, and during that meeting, the attending residents and board members discussed this ordinance mandating 5 RSA members. In your packets, there is a letter detailing our discussion and conclusions. The board and the residents agreed that they are against this ordinance because of the following reasons. 1, Assembly Member Bernier did not attend our board meeting, nor did he call anyone on the board to consult with or notify the public about this change to our RSA board. If RSA 15's board and/or residents ever decide that we want a 5-member board, we can always petition the Assembly to do so. This changes the quorum from 2 members to 3 members, making it difficult to get a quorum, especially during fishing, hunting, construction season, gardening, those kind of things. Getting 5 members on the board can also be challenging, mainly because our area only has about 1,100 residents and a lot of boards and volunteer opportunities on which to sit. People work, they have children. There is a lot of boards and there's a lot of opportunities out there. The residents and the board members at this meeting also agreed that having 2 members meet outside of an advertised meeting seems unethical and certainly skirts the intentions of the Open Meetings Act. The residents were actually kind of horrified at the idea of 2 board members kind of running amok without it being an open meeting. It should be noted that if this becomes a mandate, 2 of the RSA boards in District 7 will no longer be able to function because at this time there's only 2 members on those boards, which effectively makes them dysfunctional. I also wonder if this is such a great idea, why isn't this mandate going borough-wide? Because, everything is working towards being consistent throughout the board. They changed all the contracts, so they'll be consistent. Why isn't this also borough-wide? I fail to understand how this is going to help our community. Our board works and functions quite well with 3 members, and at this point, we feel no need to add more. I encourage you to please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Harry Zommel? Harry? Okay.
Good evening, distinguished assembly members. I'm a relatively new RSA 28 board member. I joined last
Will
year.
you state your name, please, for the record?
What?
State your name for the record,
Oh,
please.
yeah, Harry Zola. I thought you said it.
I didn't say it, but they still like you to say
So
it.
I'm a little curious what brought about this proposal that only affects certain areas where many other areas with 3 board members are not affected. Why would you say it's good for some goose but not for some gander?
Mayor, he's wanting Assembly Member Bernier.
I don't understand the
Hey,
purpose of this proposal. I don't know.
I'm sorry, the assembly cannot answer questions during this time. This time is just to get input from you, sir. Thank you. Go ahead. Whatever else you would like to
Okay,
say.
well, when I joined this board, there were supposedly 2 members on it. I was able to contact one of them. The other was a ghost. I made numerous attempts to contact him, so it was kind of a dead board for many years. So when I joined, it became active again. And so we have 2 members. I've talked to people, I'm trying to find a third member. It's not easy. People are, you know, they got their own, I'm a pensioner now, and, I've lived in my neighborhood a long time, and we've had very little, I think we had one upgrade to our roads about 25 or 30 years ago. And our current contractor, Northern Asphalt, does a good job in the winter, snow removal. We have no dust control, but, I got involved to just learn the process, maybe have some positive input. I don't see mandating 5 board members as a benefit to my area, and probably not others. If we need 5, I mean, we could break it down. We have Zone 1 and Zone 2. If it is a large area, but it could be segregated into, 2 separate boards within our area. It's tough to get out, to travel the distances and help out. I mean, but I don't see mandating this change as a benefit to us and probably not others. And then the areas with 3 board members that are not affected, well, it makes no sense to me. So I'm just really, I would urge all of you to put this off, maybe reconsider, like I said, perhaps do a Zone 1, Zone 2 in my area, which might be more effective, and or consider, one thing that could also be considered is the public meetings laws. They're a real hindrance to board operations. If they could do some kind of exemption where we could at least discuss road problems, not business, but communicate on problems. I understand that previously Mr. Sumner was trying to work on that, our previous representative, but it went nowhere. But it would be a help if board members could just discuss, road problems.
Okay. Your time is.
Not official, on unofficial business,
Your
just to
time is up,
communicate
sir.
issues. So that's another comment I have. But please put this off, reconsider it, maybe attend some meetings before
Your time is up, sir. I'm
you
sorry.
before you put these proposals. Okay, well, thank
Uh-huh.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify?
Andrew Traxler. So the 5-member board can be a difficult thing for an assembly member to understand. And I know that Ron is putting up his RSA boards, would be my understanding. And that's why you don't see it borough-wide. I do recommend that borough-wide that you change it to a 5-member board, all assembly members. My reasoning is that I've attended many board meetings before I was on a board, and when we had 3 members, it was obvious that 2 members talked before that meeting. There's no way that meeting could go that fast, be that agreeable without the Open Meetings Act being violated before that meeting. And I'm not trying to bash other board members or previous boards, but it is a fact. Now, you have the Opens Meetings Act, and there's many times that as a board member, you get contacted by an irate resident. And so you can call the other board member and you can ask them if they've driven to Susitna Parkway. Have you driven North Shore Drive, way away from my home? And I can't do that if we weren't a 5-member board without violating Open Meetings Act. Open Meetings Act, we testified to before the legislature and the Senate, couldn't go anywhere. You're not going to change Open Meetings Act currently at this time. So in reality, your 3-member boards that have 2 members, most likely they're violating the Open Meetings Act. And that is because you don't have 5-member boards. But you should move that way on this assembly. And, I think you would have an avenue of not being able to get enough members because a member can't really do anything with the board when it's only 3 members. He can't talk to another board member. So why would you be all alone and not do anything and be a board member. You can't talk to the other guy except for at a meeting. That doesn't make any sense to me. I wouldn't want to serve that way. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify on ordinance 25-017? Okay, do we have anybody online? They're not the two that have already testified, have they? Okay, all right, all righty. Oh, yeah, we have somebody. Yes. Go ahead,
evening,
Pat.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, Pat Daniels. I'm going to talk on the 5-person board. Kind of an oxymoron, in the sense that there's another discussion here happening with another 5-person board. But with 5-person board, it definitely allows 2 people. The quorum is 3. It's been said 4, but it's 3 for a quorum. But the communication and the input from additional people is the most important. We've got a lot of boards, or in previously, that board members have served for many, many years. The information gets stale on the board, and people spend a lifetime on the board and don't allow other people to participate, is the biggest factor in this problem. With more participation and more outreach, I think would be the benefit or the solution to the problem. We have to outreach, not to go under the Trump, but we have to make change, and change is very, very difficult. You have to be consistent, and you have to just tackle it ongoing. 5-person board ultimately is the winner for the Mat-Su Borough. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. The first person online, please, if they'd like to go ahead and testify.
Hello, it's Steve Edwards. On the big board, as well as on RSA 27, directly affected by this. I'm hoping you had a chance all to review the resolution that the big board generated on this subject. That was the finding was that it was not, a change wasn't needed. It's working the way it is, and members can choose to request for 5 if they want to. The reason we haven't on my RSA is we haven't had that interest level of other people wanting to join the board. Currently, if you look at my RSA 27 membership, you'll see 2 people on there, myself and 1 other member. So if this were to pass, effectively, I'll use the word again, decapitates my board, and I can't hold a meeting. I can't, have the public come and discuss their concerns with me, except just one-on-one on the phone. And we have functionally, as a 3-member board, just until recently, it's been working just fine. We've had a number of meetings where public attended. We're a little bit informal. If somebody brings up a new road, and one time we even discussed the road that they wanted considered. We had a lengthy discussion about it, and then ended up adding it to the list because it was important, and we were fully aware of all the details on it. So it was a good public process. I welcome public at my meetings. I hope they come. And I was disappointed to see that it didn't get pulled and redone. I was asked last time that maybe we could redo this to get maybe some more funding for outreach, or possibly, some mechanism to try and get more participants. But just mandating that we move to 5 members does not accomplish the goal of getting 5 members. And so in my case, it just invalidates my board, sort of makes my time not valuable on that board because there's no one there to have a meeting. And so, I ask that you just continue leaving it like it is, leave it with 3-member boards, and then if a 5-member board works appropriately for a certain RSA, great. Request that from the Assembly, and as it is now, the Assembly can approve that, and then that RSA has 5 members, and there's no problem. So I don't see a need to change it. I don't know where this is coming from. I've not heard from any of the boards that are affected by this that that they've requested this. So I find it unusual that we'd be asked to do something that we haven't requested. Thank you for the time. Hope you vote no on this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. The next person online, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is John Strassenberg, Strassenburgh. I'm chair of the Greater Talkeetna RSA 29. And I oppose increasing the RSA board membership to 5 members. RSA 29 didn't request this legislation, and I can't figure out why it's being proposed. I reached out to Assemblymember Bernier to discuss, but I did not hear back. Our road situation in the Talkeetna area isn't complex. We don't need a 5-member board. 3 is sufficient, and it's been working well for decades. We're a small community with many nonprofits needing board members. The pool of volunteers is limited. All of the organizations have a challenge finding board members, and RSA 29 is no exception. It's difficult to find board members. And when you can't find board members, you can't make a quorum, and when you can't make a quorum, you can't do your job. The board can't make recommendations, and the public loses its platform for airing concerns about our roads. Our board meetings are normally attended by the borough and the contractor. So when a member of the public brings a problem to the board, it also has the ear of both the borough and the contractor, and problems can get corrected efficiently and timely. The IM attempts to justify the change to 5 members by suggesting that 2 board members can then look at a road together without incurring an open meetings violation. We don't have an OMA problem with our 3-member board. There's no need to look at roads together, and we don't. We have a meeting each month, and problems that need attention can generally wait till the next regular meeting. It's easy to bring problems to the meeting, especially since everybody these days has smartphones with a camera. Problems needing immediate attention are called to the attention of the road superintendent. The IM also attempts to justify by suggesting greater public engagement with 5 members. We have good public engagement with our 3-member board. We have a meeting once a month that's open to the public. I give a report to the Talkeetna Community Council at its monthly meeting. I give the council a written report each month. It goes to the council's packet, which is available online and which is sent to the entire council's email list. So, in summary, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I encourage you guys to, the assembly, to vote no on 25. Yeah, just 25-017. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last person online, Caleb. One last chance for anybody here that, yes, come forth, sir.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, my name's Sean McBride. I live in the Caswell area, and I want to speak in opposition to Ordinance 25-017. I just have several questions I'd like to pose. Basically, why are we doing this only for District 7, if it's such a good idea? And why are we making something mandatory that's already optional? If the boards or the communities want this, they can request this from the assembly. And then why are we doing this when none of the people that are directly affected have asked for it? I just view this as a flawed piece of legislation, and I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have somebody. Next person online, please, go ahead.
This is Donna Massey, Massay, from the Trapper Creek, RSA 30. Thank you for listening. I am the number 5 of the 6 RSAs impacted to testify to say, please don't do this. You know, you've heard everything that was on my list to say. We have a very small population in my RSA. You know, they list Trapper Creek as around 500 people. You know, they do a fire department. They do a community council. They do ski trails. I maintain the community building. They run a free box. And we have the RSA board. We don't have a problem functioning with a 3-member board. We do have a problem keeping 3 members on the board. In the 12 years I've been on the board, we've been all the way down to 1 member for multiple years, and several years with 2. With 2 members, we can function. If you make it that we need 5, I don't see how we can be a functioning board. We communicate just fine. Small communities, you know what's going on. You know, and I don't believe the Open Meetings Act prevents anyone on the board from sending a text that says there's a hole in the culvert on Bradley. You know, then we all know about it. If we want to go take a look at it, we can. Or we can take a picture and bring it to the meeting, like what John Stratzenberg said. We haven't asked for this. It wasn't communicated to us. It's going to hurt us, and I don't understand why it is singling out just one assembly area. It doesn't seem like good policy, doesn't seem like good business. I really request that you reject this notion and leave it that if boards would like a 5-member board, they certainly can request and have one approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that the last person online? Okay. Don't see anybody else from the public here, so I'll close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-017, and I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead, sir.
This was brought forth. I talked to several members of different RSAs. In fact, I just put an RSA member up there at Trapper Creek, and we discussed this as well. When I first heard of it, the Opening Meeting Act, that's a state law. That's nothing that the borough can handle or can just bypass. Okay, that's the reason why we have to abide by it. And texting other members and stuff is violating the act. District 7 is the fastest growing area in the borough and will be for years to come. I want the most bang for the buck in our district. Now, I think even borough-wide, this is just the fact that 5 people can communicate better than 3 people would be a big thing. But most of these RSAs meet 4 times a year. You can't bring 5 people together or 3 people together 4 times a year. I've got other ones I've talked to is this, they've got 3 members. They always have a quorum. They said it's difficult, but when asked how many times or how many people were at the meetings, they always had 3. But of course it was 4 times a year as well. Now I can see Talkeetna where they're meeting every month. That'd be more difficult. But I do have people already lined up to take and place on boards that I've reached out to. And I says, hey, I've got this resolution or ordinance coming out, and I'm trying to increase our board so we have better communication and better planning for our borough. And that is my big drive. So we get people that are on borough RSAs for 10, 15 years, whatever. I know, like on our assembly, we have term limits, okay? And there's a term limits are for a reason. So But these RSAs, I believe, need to take and bring in more information, more communication. And I think we'll end up with a better all-around scenario.
Okay. Further discussion, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have had some testimony and letters in opposition to this ordinance. I have to say, I've heard from current RSA board members. I have not heard really either way from the lay public. I will say that this affects District 7, and the majority of the constituents of District 7 chose Assemblymember Renier to protect their interests. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
Okay. Further discussion, Assemblyperson Hill, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So normally I wouldn't stick my nose in somebody else's district, but I was opposed to this when we did it for, what was it, Big Lake? Was it Big Lake? I was opposed when we did it for Big Lake.
I think Connect might have been the last one, sir. Not Connect River, but Connect Goose Bay. I
Did we
think
do it
that
for
was the
Connect Goose
last
Bay?
road service area.
There's
Mike
two of them
Thane,
now?
yes.
Well,
Yeah.
in any case, but for the exact reasons of getting enough people interested in it and having enough people to satisfy the quorum. I know in my district, it's very difficult to even get 3 members to serve. I have probably the majority of my RSAs do not have 3 members. I have one that has no members. I have several that have 2, and then I have a couple more that have 3. So I just think that it's not the direction I would like to see the borough as a whole moving, and for that reason, I will be voting against it. The only other thing that I would say is that a committee is the only organism on earth with more than one stomach and no brain.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead and let him
Oh,
know.
okay. Go ahead, Bill.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. As the assembly member for the 2 RSAs that are currently mandated with 5-member boards, RSA 17, the Connect Goose Bay board, currently has 0 members, and it's easily the 3rd most populated area in the borough. And I am unable to find anybody that wants to sit on that board. The other board, RSA 21, there's going to be a resolution introduced later on tonight about the functional RSA board in the borough. And so what wasn't brought up from the 2 members of that board tonight is that when you start injecting more personalities into the process, you end up with not just more ideas, but you also get more conflict, chaos, and a board that behaves like the current RSA 21 board does. The big thing that was said tonight by the other RSA boards in District 7 is that any of those communities that want to have a 5-member board can come to the assembly and ask for a 5-member board, and none of them have. And so I hate for government to start forcing things onto communities that don't want those. I mean, we shouldn't be doing that. And so for those reasons, I will oppose this ordinance tonight, this resolution. Thank you.
Did you have a comment, sir?
Yes. One of the districts, I think Gold Trail specifically, that is on the list is in my area, so it's overlaps. It's definitely a big one, and we had Harry speak over there. It is definitely big, and that board is pretty much was dead, but it's started getting some life once he got involved, and we're starting to. Hopefully, there's going to be enough people that will show interest, but I guess it's reaching out is probably the big key. And I think it's on maybe possibly on people who are already on our say board and the assembly member to recruit. Maybe that's would be a good thing. I would like to make an amendment, but the amendment would be that these boards that are currently, three boards, they can continue to operate, while the vacancy is still, is to be filled, and then once the, five members, will be filled, then that goes, in effect for those RSAs, for those boards, because it would be, if they're still looking for people, I don't know how much, if that will delay a couple months process, and people will be skipping and not being able to make, so I don't know what's the correct, wording that would be the structure, but I would like to have that option for, if we pass this, to have the amendment in place that it will allow the three-member board to continue to operate as it is until those positions are filled. Was that?
I think the clerk has an answer for you, sir. Go ahead.
To Assemblymember Fonoff through the mayor, once you're a five-member board, you're a five-member board. Whether you have two members on there or three, you're a five-member board, that quorum is now three. So I don't think there is a way to make that where only if there's four members on the board now, they can go ahead and it would be very difficult to even think about how to advertise those kind of things. But once you're a five-member board, you're a five-member board.
Okay, so three members, as it says now, technically they can continue to operate if all three show up. But if only two show up, they cannot hold a meeting. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff, that is correct.
Okay. I will support it because if there's active three members, they can continue to operate, assuming all three of them show up. However, I would love to give more time to one of that's personally being affected, the Gold Trails, because they will not be able to operate in this specific case. Perhaps ask maybe sponsor to be willing to give maybe a couple months delay on this ordinance, so that possibly gives us time to fill in these vacancies. So at least we have three members, so that all three show up and those rules can be in place. So unless there's a different way to make it work, then otherwise I think it'd be just, I don't want to deprive them of opportunity to continue to meet. So you're saying, according to Lonnie, you said we cannot make that amendment, correct?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff, that's correct. The only way to change that is either to postpone this or to take the one or two boards that don't have three members on there, take them off the legislation.
Yeah, and I did want to say something that was brought up. There is going to be a resolution that will be in front of us that is currently being in the works, is to ask state legislation to allow specifically the boards that are specific to be exempt from the Open Meetings Act, specifically for the boards that, what do they call those, Mike? The advisory boards, yeah, for advisory boards to be exempt, but that is a state thing. I did work with, Nick has already prepared that resolution in place. So if the state was to change that, then that would give the three-member board to be able to travel together. And when I talked to some of the people that have called, they were very welcoming of that change if the state was to take place. That's all I have.
Okay. So but you're not making a motion to postpone then for a couple?
I'm recommending that to the sponsor, but that would be my position, that I would like to see it.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson Hours.
I would also recommend a motion postpone. That would give you time to fill these boards to at least three, and some of these folks that you said are,
people lined up.
come back to us in a couple months, so.
In the next 2 weeks, I'll have all positions filled.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty. So now, do we have an amendment to postpone? No. You didn't make the amendment to postpone, or did you?
No, I was asking sponsor to possibly do that, because I do believe that would give us more time, and hopefully then at that time we can adopt it.
Okay, okay. And I see a couple, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I have gone back and forth on this so many times, probably more than most of the issues that have come before us. But I'm kind of at the point where if Ron says I can get, all these boards filled in the next 2 weeks, then I would vote for postponement. Because I think Mr. Traxler? Anyway, a couple of folks talked about the diversity on a board. That's really good. But the reality is, and people, it's really easy to say yes until somebody says, okay, sign on the dotted line. I don't know that you're going to be able to come up with all those people in that time. But the point is, you really don't have to, because if any one of those RSAs wants to get 5, they just come to you and say, okay, let's do it. And they'll have it lined up. I don't know if what I said just made sense, but I'm almost at the point of it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because if it were broke, those folks would be out here tonight. You know what, you got to put your money where your mouth is. I'm talking about the people that say they want to do this. Okay, show up. I can tell you, when I started running for, first time I ran for assembly, they're beating the bushes and finally, please run. Okay, it's a hard thing to commit to that. So I think the option for them to do that is there, and I'd love to see that happen. If we can't postpone it, then I can't go for it. I want to know that it's in the bag before we maybe break a system that is working. So that's where I am on this.
Okay, further discussion on the motion to approve. That's the motion that's in on our plate. Go ahead.
I will make motion to postpone this so that Ron's recommendations come into things can come into reality, and then at that time make a decision on that. So I think if about a month from now, if we that would be my recommendation to give this, and if we have enough board filled, then we make that change, and maybe there's going to be more interest after this meeting of people showing up to wanting to. So that would be my motion to postpone it about a month or so.
That would be March 18th, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right. So there's amendment to postpone.
I totally support that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so motion to postpone until March 18th. Discussion on that amendment. Okay, is there objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing no objection. So you have before us ordinance 25-017 as a postponement until March 18th, 2025. Is there objection to that motion? Okay, hearing none, then that motion passes as amended and is postponed. Okay. Let's see. This is another audience participation, and we have one person, and maybe I'll take that, and then we'll have a break. Does anybody need a break, or are you okay? You would need a break? Okay, well, we have one person signed up, so we'll do that. We'll break, and then if anybody else wants to testify, I'll leave audience participation open, okay? So audience participation, and Pat?
Sorry,
Okay.
technical difficulty.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Kai Daniels, Big Lake. I've got a couple things I'd like to go over, starting with term limits. Since this is a question that we're talking about for some of the boards, each supervisor shall serve a term of 3 years and may serve additional terms. That's 5.15.010. 4.05.050 terms of service. Unless otherwise provided in the ordinance establish a board member may not serve more than 2 full terms on the same board. After 1 year from the date of termination of the board member's second full term, an ex-board member may reappoint to the same board after 1 year, right? So we've already said that we have people on the boards for 12, 15 plus years. So might be a term limit thing applicable here. Elections. We've said, or many people here have said, that there's a problem with the elections, how the votes are counted and where the votes are counted. In my particular area, I want to tread lightly here, but we collect votes in Big Lake. There's a process here, and I forgot to bring up my sheet, so I'll come back to the handouts. But in Big Lake, people from Anchorage split their family in half and register to vote here in the Matsu Borough for one of their members, and then the other member votes in Anchorage. So there is a problem with the voting process and the way that the Matsu Borough does it. Because I believe the Matsu Borough, you have to be a resident for 30 days. But in Anchorage, you have to be a primary member for 180 days. So if you can fill the 185 days in Anchorage, you can come over to Matsu Borough, fill out your application to vote here, as long as you've been here for 30 days, and you can vote. I think that's pretty crazy. Resolutions. I have 4 resolutions that I'll submit to you tonight. All of them are in support of our transferring of our audit funds and to support of our RIP list. Our whole entire board has supported that. In closing, the audit funds of $314,000 that you're transferring tonight for Big Lake, everybody on the assembly has a pot of their own money into that. My question is, as of the RSAs, we're talking about money. That money is enabled for every assembly person now to transfer just like Big Lake is. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Pat. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and have an Eddie's. Let's see, we'll Eddie.
Recess or at ease?
Well, what difference is it?
At ease, we're still on the record.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll recess for till 8:30 then. And then we'll pick up audience participation again. So, okay.
Recess sounds like more fun.
Oops. Can I have the assembly come back to their seats, please? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call the assembly meeting back to order. And we are in the middle of audience participation, so anyone that hasn't testified under the previous audience participation is welcome to testify at this time on any subject.
I can get you to turn the mic on too. It got turned off. Yep, the button right there. Thank
Green.
you. You're good.
Green. I'm Desiree Terry. I live in Palmer. And I want to talk about the ordinance, serial number 2512. I am praying that you guys will not pass this ordinance tonight. I've been looking through it. It's very broad in its scope. It covers 8 of 11 election sections, which is really kind of very broad. It has a lot of things in here about hand counting. One thing that I noted that it looks like you have over here when you're talking about poll watchers, you talk about them observing the hand count. But then when you're talking about the tabulator machines, you don't mention hand counting, you say counting or counted. And so I think that all of those locations should say hand counted. The other thing that was troubling to me was that it looks like you're removing the times that say that counting begins at 8 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that that's a good plan as far as observability, just causes problems, trust in the elections, because if you count for an entire day, there's a lot of things that could happen. And the other thing, there's a lot of language in here about stipulations for poll watching. And I just want to share with you, I poll watched for the state during the election. I poll watched early voting, and I poll watched the day of. And what I would like the assembly to take into account is poll watchers create trust. They create an opportunity for the people that can't be there, can't be watching, to know that, hey, there were 8 poll watchers because there were 8 candidates on the ballot, whatever. And so when I was poll watching, they gave me a spot to sit for the state election. They told me I could sit in this location. I watched. I happened to be sitting in front of the lady who was handing out the ballots, and she was talking. And for her comfort, I was there listening to what she was saying. One lady came up and was very upset with her, very upset, accused her of electioneering, accused her of saying she was just telling her how to fill out the ballot, same instructions she gave to everybody. But this lady came in, she was mad, She was angry, and when she left, I said, "Good for you that I'm here, because I heard that you weren't electioneering." And she was relieved and happy to have somebody watching. And so, even for our poll workers, it is very good to have other people that don't have a vested interest in, they're not their coworkers, they're just lay people that are watching, voters that care.
Okay. Anyone else that would like to testify? Yeah, Nan, come on.
Thank you. My name is Camilla Potts. I live out by the Butte, and I'm going to speak to ordinance 25012. I too was going over the ordinance, and I was a poll watcher and a chair for the hand vote counting, and I really enjoyed it. But what I'm noticing in this document is there's a lot of either redundancy or confusion. Just give you a quick example. On section 5, paragraph A, and it goes into each candidate or organized group that sponsors or poses an issue may designate one person at a time to poll watch. There's an amendment proposed that says additionally, one public member who is registered voter of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough may be a poll watcher in each precinct and early voting count. I think that's already addressed because I was a member of the public and I was appointed. So I don't think that's something like that may be redundant or unnecessary. Another little confusion, and I think it's posing more confusion than it is clarity, unfortunately. It'd be again under section 5C, and it's regarding the poll watcher, and the addition, I won't read the entire thing because of time, but the addition to it is basically person claiming to be a poll watcher. Now, this section talks about qualifying a poll watcher. The poll watcher's already been qualified. If somebody comes in and says, "I'm a poll watcher," they have no credentials, because we do have credentials, then the chair says, "Bye, you're excused. You're either here to vote or you're gone." And if it escalates, law enforcement comes in. So that's kind of already taken care of. I don't see that particular amendment useful. So I'm a little concerned that things have been getting very convoluted. If you haven't experienced poll watching or the hand vote counting, you should, and I think you'll get a little more clarity out of what is really needed in this ordinance. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Nan. Anyone else? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not? Okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to close audience participation, and we are at the consent agenda. Does the assembly have anything to poll? Okay, I see people looking through their notes, so I'll give them a minute or two. Deputy Mayor, your light is on. Did you have
Mine
something
is.
you wanted to pull? Oh, that's your light. Okay, I'm sorry. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead. What did you want to pull?
AM 25-011, just because I'm not quite sure. It seemed that was addressed by a couple of folks out there that wanted changes made, and I don't know what the process is here.
Which one did you, which one? are
AM
you-
2511.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So you're going to pull that one? Okay. Any other items that anybody wants to pull? Okay, Madam Clerk, then go ahead.
Resolution 2514, a resolution amending the title and scope of work for the Stryker Stretchers and Stair Pro Chairs project for area-wide ambulance service to that of durable medical equipment. Resolution 2517, a resolution to waive the outdoor use permit fees for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Resolution 2518, a resolution amending the scope of work for the veterinary clinic fiscal year 2024 equipment replacements and upgrades. Resolution 2519, a resolution to waive the outdoor use permit fees for the Denali Arts Council and the Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation. AM 2514, awarded bid number 25108B to CGC Services for the contract amount of $267,444 to supply and replace a boiler at Palmer High School. AM 2515, approval of contract amendment number 2 for contract number 2460P with respect to extend the contract completion date for the design of central landfill entrance improvements project to June 30th, 2025 to February 28th, 2026. AM 2516, awarded bid number 2506076B to BCI Equipment for the contract amount of $113,331 to supply steel waste containers. AM 2517, approval of contract amendment for state lobbyist services to Harris Consulting to extend the contract to June 30th, 2026 in an amount not to exceed $80,400 per year. AM 2518, authorization to purchase a six-wheel drive semi-truck with Stellar Hook under Sourcewell contract 032824 DAI from Trailercraft for the amount of $236,608.
Madam Clerk, did you read AM 25013 or not?
I might not have, so let me go ahead and do that.
Okay, all right.
AM 2513, approval of change order number 1 for contract 24138B with Dirtworks for the East Devonshire and Oil Well Road Improvement Project to add $6,877.68 and extend the final completion date of July 31st, 2025. And I, in fact, did not read that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? So hearing. No, okay, I guess. I thought when Stephanie looked at me, I was waiting for her. So I don't hear any objection, so the consent agenda has been approved. Madam Clerk.
AM 2511, approval of 2025 road service area road improvement project list pulled by Assemblymember McKee.
Assemblyperson McKee, would you like to address?
Actually, it's more of a question.
I'm sorry, make the motion first.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. To approve.
I move to approve.
Right.
Yeah.
AM 25011.
01, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, now address it, please.
Okay. There were a couple of people out there who wanted things included in this list.
Mm-hmm.
How do they get included? And they're not here anymore, or if they are, I don't see them.
One of them is,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Okay, how do we,
Guess they just make a motion, right?
They'd need to know now, Madam Mayor. I would refer to Assembly or Mr. Manager.
Okay. Mike?
And it, through the mayor then to the assembly. Generally speaking, for the RIP list, we do this annual event. I'm just backing up for a second. The staff put together a staff recommended list.
Yeah.
Often these projects, because of limited RSA funding, have projects on there for years, especially larger projects. We run those RIP lists through each of the RSA, the advisory boards. They pass a resolution, perhaps they suggest an amendment, and then we bring those forward where you have both items in your packet. You have what the RSA, what the advisory board said, and you have what staff recommended. Generally, there's fairly good alignment. I think the one you're talking about is RSA 20, which is Willow, which the gentleman out there spoke to Lynx Lake Road.
what was the name of the road?
Lynx Lake.
Oh, yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, and I've got some experts in the back of the room, that road is not a borough-maintained road.
Oh.
Right? So there is a difference. People have different opinions about that. It's not borough-maintained. Should the borough upgrade it and then take it on for maintenance? And then what about all the roads that are already under borough maintenance that may not be functioning as designed or functioning as we would like them to function? It's the Assembly's prerogative to make an amendment and add whatever you want. if that's what you desire to do. Looking at the RSA 20 RIP list, there were about $4 million worth of projects already on that list, not including Lynx Lake. I don't know where the testimony came from that said it was number one, but on the RSA 20 approved list, it was priority 5, and it was estimated at about $1 million. And it mentioned something about Denali Commission funding. It can certainly be added, and then that RSA would have a RIP list with about $5 million worth of projects on it. The reality is that RSA doesn't generate that kind of revenue for capital improvements, and probably won't for many, many years. And so I think the question is, if somebody were looking at and saying, I want to add that road, just understand you're adding a road that is not under borough maintenance today.
Not only that, but you've had two entities. You've already had the staff, the recommendation, and then the RSA recommendation, and it didn't pass either one. Is that right?
Well, it did not, through the mayor, it did not make the staff list, but
Yeah.
the RSA board did add it as priority number 5. I don't know where priority number 1 came from. I'm just looking at what's on the record and in front of you in the packet with those 2 RIP lists for RSA 20.
Okay, Deputy Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that was in 2023 that it was number 1, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, I'd like to add it to the RIP list.
Okay, what amount and, right, is that what he needs?
Correct.
Yeah.
If we could have an amount.
Need, add, motion is twofold, to add it and then the amount you're adding, the dollar amount,
That was,
right?
Yeah, so
And to, does it need to say something about that it currently isn't a maintained road? Does that make, no, that doesn't make any difference, okay?
through the mayor to Mr. Bernier, the advisory board RIP list said $1 million, but I want to be clear. I don't want you to think that staff are telling you that we can go in there and replace a bridge and upgrade that road for $1 million. That's just the estimate that the advisory board put on their list. I'm kind of looking back there and I'm not seeing any head shake remarkably, but I don't want you to get the wrong idea that we're saying, yep, we can absolutely do what was discussed tonight for $1 million. I suspect that's not true.
I think we put like 125,000 at it this season. We could make a big improvement.
The challenge, through the mayor to Mr. Bernier, the challenge is the borough does not have this road in its inventory for maintenance. I would not advise us to start adding mileage to these contracts that are not designed to some borough specification. All you're going to be doing is taking on a liability and thinning out what already isn't adequate rural RSA funding. But that is an assembly. You can do that. Like we had this conversation a couple of years ago around how you would go about adding mileage that's not under borough maintenance today, how we would add that to the inventory. You certainly can direct that as the assembly. This is a way to do that. If you really want to look at it and design improvements, I would probably suggest that we would go out and do a design. And we would set funding aside to actually do that design. We're not going to go in there and improve a bridge that's passable for emergency equipment with $125,000. That will not help that problem unless the intent is to go in there and start a design. Because we're going to have to go through a design process to replace a bridge. If we wanted to go in and do spot improvements in a road because the substructure's soft, sure, we can go in there and do spot improvements for that, but that's not going to change the emergency service access with large vehicles or apparatus across the bridge. Does that make sense? I'm still getting that look, so I'm going to go with no.
Right now, I believe it's a 40-foot railroad car, the bottom part of a railroad car, basically. And so it seems like a couple of good culverts.
I would just say this, to keep in mind, whatever we build, we have to maintain, right? And then at some point, you have to find an engineer who's willing to certify it, right? Somebody's got to put a stamp on that. So that might be different if it's a private road, but when it's a borough facility, I think that's something where we have standards that we adhere to. And although it may sound, I mean, there are obviously different ways to get there, but I would keep in mind this is a public right of way. And if what was presented tonight is true regarding a church camp being at the end of that and whatnot, I would not do a haphazard bridge installation. That would be a liability, in my opinion, the borough should not take on. If you're going to do it, design it and do it right.
Is there any way for those folks to petition the state to do what they want the borough to do?
I mean, we've talked about unmaintained roads. It's a legislative priority for the assembly. We push it forward every year. We try to figure out different ways to seek funding for that. But when the state capital budget's very dry, it doesn't make it very easy to get that kind of money. But certainly they can lobby their state legislator for that type of funding. I certainly would encourage that. We do take a look at that. We do the same thing. But certainly there's nothing to stop an individual citizen from reaching out to their state representative or senator and ask for some help.
That seems to be the order of business that it should follow. First petition the state, and if that doesn't work, then come back and talk to them. Can I ask that guy if they've done that?
Can she? No,
The assembly.
we'd have to,
I'm sorry?
yeah, it'd have to be an agreement by all the assembly people to call somebody forth back from the audience.
How about it?
I'm for it.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
okay, so Deputy Mayor, your light is still on. Do you still have comments, sir?
I'd like to put 125 towards the project.
1.5?
125,000.
Assemblymember Hale.
Okay.
Assemblymember Sumner.
Okay, so we do have an amendment, but Assemblyperson Hale, I know you had wanted to talk earlier.
It's not germane to the amendment. I'll wait.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner?
I believe it is pertinent to the amendment, and this might need some help from staff here, but I do believe there is an apparatus to improve an unmaintained road that doesn't meet borough specifications. If the majority of the property owners on the road want to get together and create an LID, then they can do that and bring it up to specifications rather than using area-wide funds to improve something that affects just the people that live upon that road. And then, of course, it would be the borough's onus to maintain it once it was brought up to borough specifications. I mean, and what I was saying, is that mostly true, Mike?
Through the mayor to Mr. Sumner, that is one of the methods that's communicated on the website when we went through this a couple of years ago, that an LID is a perfectly reasonable approach. We also cited some other examples about how that may be done. One of those is putting on a RIP list and using RSA funds. So it's not, and I don't want to get too crazy because we have an attorney and she can correct me. It's not a legal question. It's a matter of how do you want to allocate your resources and prioritize that. In these rural RSAs, there's plenty of roads that don't meet a borough spec, that are seasonally challenging. And so we look at what's in our inventory and we look at, I would love to see us crack the code on how to start adding unmaintained roads because I think it's a better service. But there's only so much in these RSAs funding wise to go around. And so what you're charged with is making those decisions around priorities, and that's what your RIP list approval does. But the LID is a perfectly viable mechanism.
Can I just add to that? And I think we need to be really careful about precedents we set by throwing money at unmaintained roads. And I think that, if we do it now, where does it stop? Where's the bright line? I think before we add this money, I think we need to be really sure that the RSA, does prioritize this and that that's the direction the assembly wants to go.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment to add the 125,000 to RSA.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mike, we don't have to make a decision tonight about amending the RIP list. We can still do that during the budget process. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Mr. Gamble, we typically do these separate. This is not connected to the budget directly. What it does is it sets a list of priorities for staff so that they can start looking at how do they start making progress on the approved projects based on whatever RSA capital funding is available. So it's
Okay.
not a budget. This is not connected to the budget.
Okay.
it does what-
On the RSA 20,
Go ahead, sir.
on the RSA 21 RIP list, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. On the RSA 21 RIP list, I do have some concerns about the number one priority, the Jolly Creek Drainage Project.
Okay.
We're using RSA.
Bill, can I just call you out of order right now? We're on the amendment, but then I
Gotcha.
will entertain,
Gotcha.
I'll entertain your
Sorry.
assertion. Okay. Assemblyperson Hale on
thank
the
you.
amendment.
Yeah, so I guess this is kind of germane to the amendment after all, but I was just gonna kind of go over how we add projects to these RIP lists. And the projects, the money from these projects all comes from the RSA. It's not area-wide funds, just to be clear. A couple years ago, the folks up on Lazy Mountain asked me to add a half mile of Helmar. The first half of Helmar is borough maintained. The second half is not, and there's a road that goes off and serves a bunch of folks called Cruisin', and Cruisin' is built to borough standard and could be maintained if the half mile of Helmar that went up to it was maintainable. And so it was not on the RIP list, and they asked me to add it to the RIP list, and I added it to the RIP list at that time. You can see it's still priority number, well, it says 4, but it's 4 of 3, so I don't know how the status got arranged here. It's priority status number 3, $410,000. Target design is 2028. Target construction is 2034. So that's how the assembly can change the RIP list. But it does take time, and it is, again, a policy question. Do we want to use RSA funds to improve non-maintained roads? And in this case, everyone who lives off of Helmar and Cruisin' and everything else, they all pay RSA assessments. They're within the bounds of the RSA. So I felt in my capacity that it was worthwhile to upgrade this stretch of road so that these people could get the services that they've been paying for all these years. So,
Assemblyperson Hours, did you have a comment on
Just briefly on the unmaintained roads, there's not as much, but there's definitely unmaintained roads in District 2 as well. So if we could get the magic pot of money from the state, there'd be a lot of needs to go around. I don't expect that magic pot of money, especially this year. And then, to the amendment, it's a road service area in your district, and it has to come from that pot of money. And there's more projects than there is money in those districts, and even in District 2, where there's a higher population, there's a struggle to have enough funding to get these forward. So it's to the manager's point, it's all about prioritizing the dollars that we do have to benefit the most people. So just some general comments about how we have to think about these projects.
Okay, so the amendment before us is in RSA 20 to add 125,000 to the RIP list. Is there objection to that? No objection. So then that is added. And now I'll recognize Assemblyperson Gamble for your amendment, sir.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the manager. I'm concerned about the first project on the RSA 21 RIP list, the Jolly Creek Drainage Project. It's just my opinion that we're using RSA money to fix a flood issue. That area is a historical flooding area, and although it does affect roads occasionally, I don't believe the folks in that RSA want to be spending their money for maintenance and upgrades, fixing a flooding problem that should probably be paid for out of area-wide money, or the state should fund it, seeing how the Jolly Creek Drainage fix would run down the side of Hollywood in a state-maintained right-of-way. So, Mr. Manager, can you explain to me why we're paying for Jolly Creek Drainage with RSA money?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to ask Mr. Branham probably, because I need a little help on recollecting what was in tip 23, I think it was. or 24. So I'm going to need a little help understanding what that project is, because that project does use area-wide funds because it was a voter-approved proposition. So I want to understand that piece. And frankly, to be perfectly honest with you, Jolly Creek made it on the RIP list a few years ago because an assembly member put it there. So with that said, I'll turn it to Mr. Branham. If you can kind of give him some context for what the project's going to do, and then what's area-wide versus RSA.
Yeah, so Cole Branham, Project Management Division Manager. So the Jolly Creek Drainage Project, it's actually broken up into 3 phases. So there is a flooding issue at the intersection of Clutina and Hollywood Road. And it's a larger drainage that feeds the area. There's actually 2 drainages that converge at that location, and it caused flooding at the intersection of that road. Further up road, it affects issues. So the first phase of that project is actually a drainage along Hollywood Road that would lead into Jordan Pond, which ultimately goes to Big Lake and then Fish Creek and out. So this drainage basically used to flow all the way down to the mouth of Fish Creek, and development of subdivisions and whatnot roads have blocked off that drainage and caused this issue where the water can't naturally flow from point A to B, being the drainage upstream to the mouth of the creek. So we'll be adding a drainage channel. It'll be partially piped, partially open ditch to run over to Jordan Pond. The second phase of that project is to actually upgrade Clutina and a few of the intersecting roads up there to accept that drainage further down. And then the third phase of that is Cherrywood, which is disconnected from these roads, but it's up drainage, which also has some flooding issues. These are all connected through the drainage, and we'd be working on those phases, working from the downstream end up to make sure that we're not flooding down the next section of that drainage as we go, to make sure that the water can get to where it needs to go. It was part of the TIP 23 bond package, which required a 50% match for that. Phase 1, I believe, is about 900,000. I'm not, so there's 310,000 on this RIP list. I'm not entirely sure the discrepancy on that is. But to that point, if there was some non-borough match funds available, then the borough could match area-wide funds 50% to fund this project.
So through the mayor to Mr. Gamble, so there was an attempt to make this an area-wide project, but with the 50% non-area-wide match stipulation that was put on that proposition, the state didn't match it, and so we have to find some match money if we want to use the other 50% of area-wide funding, or it sits. So certainly it is an option for you to make an amendment to remove it, but we have been advancing design for this project. And so, yes, there's money invested in the design to move this forward, at least the first phase of it. I don't know that we've done work on phases 2 or 3, have we?
We have. So phase 1 is about 95% designed. We are working through some right-of-way challenges on that right now, which is the holdup for that being able to go to construction. Phase 2 is about 65% designed. Again, we need easements, drainage easements to complete those improvements. And then the Cherrywood side, which is phase 3, they're doing the hydraulic study on that, just to support the design of that one. So it's a little bit further behind in design.
Okay.
So-
I was just going to ask Bill if he has a question.
I do. So the $310,000 is going to be matched with area-wide money. Is that what you said? Is that correct?
So through the mayor, it can be. The point is, in order to leverage any of the area-wide money, we first have to find a non-area-wide match, because that's the way the legislation was drafted when TIP 23 was approved by the assembly.
Mhm. Further questions?
Okay. No, I don't. Go ahead, manager.
Yeah, so sorry, through the mayor. So I want to be clear, like, these numbers that are on these RIP lists are estimates, right? It doesn't restrict staff to only spending that. So if in RSA 21, let's just hypothetically say there's $1 million, which I think is fairly accurate in the capital side of the RSA, theoretically, we could use that to match I can't remember what was in the proposition, but 900,000, let's say 900 for 900, and you could go out and do $1.8 million of work. Half of that would be RSA, half of it would be area-wide. So we do have the latitude, even if 310,000 is specified on the RIP list. What the RIP list really is good for is articulating the priority order, so that we kind of have some direction on what's number one, what's number two, so that we can apply resources adequately. The value in that too is in some cases, you can actually start design on some of these other projects. And the goal is, and we've had this conversations with other RSAs, is how do you build a little bit of momentum so you're completing some work every year? Well, if you don't start some design for future projects, you're not going to be in a position to execute them from, on a more regular basis, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And I'm not going to pull it from the RIP list, but I am concerned about using RSA money for a flooding issue, not a road issue. Does that make sense?
Through the mayor, it does. I mean, we're looking at it from the context of it's a drainage issue related to roads, right? I understand that there's, a whole drainage system that feeds into that area. That's what started this conversation about 3 or 4 years ago when we were trying to approve improvements to the animal streets. And the assembly member at that time pulled that and said, stop, we need to start working and looking at the drainage. Why go in there and upgrade or improve roads that are just going to get flooded out? And so we had to address the drainage for the reason that Mr. Branham mentioned is until we address that problem, you're going to have these recurring issues, and it's going to obliterate our road infrastructure.
Okay, gotcha. One more question. Hey, Cole, can you tell me, has Public Works approached the state about a grant to assist with this project since it's a flooding issue?
Yeah, I know we have applied for a grant. I couldn't tell you specifically which one it is, but the pre-design and engineering division has put Jolly Creek drainage on grant applications. I don't have the specific grants off the top of my head, but I do know that we have made those applications.
Okay, and also Hollywood, which is a state road, is supposed to be upgraded in what year, 2026, 2027?
2026 is what they're shooting for. We have been in coordination with them because our original goal, when TIP 23 passed, was to get these improvements in before they did their repaving project on Hollywood, so that we didn't have any conflict with the new construction.
Yeah, that's my other concern is if we don't get this done before they do the paving on Hollywood, then it's going to have to be dug up again to get the drainage fixed. Anyways, Cole, thank you very much. And Mike, thank you for the information. And no, I'm not going to pull this from the RIP list. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just one quick follow-up through the mayor, Mr. Gamble, is we'll follow up on what grants we applied for. I do think there was some additional money. I just can't recollect off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so further discussion on AM 25-011. And remember, this has been amended. So is there further discussion on the AM? Is there any objection to passing the AM 25-011 as amended? Okay, so don't see any, so legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25012, an ordinance amending Title 25, Elections.
Okay, we have a main motion on the floor, and it's my understanding is the main motion was to pass the ordinance as it was presented. And so now we're to the point of discussion and maybe amendment. So is there further discussion on ordinance 25-012? Do you want to do your amendment, or Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Just a question. So if we were going to talk about the amendments, it would be after he introduces the amendments, right? And this discussion is just about the main motion.
Right now, it's on the main motion, correct?
Yeah. So that's, the main motion is has been made to accept it as it was presented. And then now if you want to make any amendments, okay? Assemblyperson Pauna?
Yeah, I think I have two amendments here.
Okay.
Let's start with the, Lonnie, can you go ahead and read the whole thing over here
Are
for,
you talking about this one right here? You want me to do this one first?
whichever one you want, and we'll have a discussion after it.
First one I'm doing, the first words are, I'm going to read a statement. Code allows an election official to remove a person claiming to be a poll watcher who does not have prior authorization, however, but it is not clear what happens if a poll watcher is claimed to be disruptive. I want to amend the code to clean up language for what happens when a person claiming to be a poll watcher does not have prior authorization, and also that it takes the agreement of two election officials to ask a poll watcher to leave if the poll watcher is being disruptive. This is Assemblymember Fonoff's statement. Therefore, he moves to amend ordinance serial number 2512 by amending MSB 2530-025C in section 5 to read as follows. The poll watcher must be present, must have present authorization as defined in subsection B of this section to the election official upon request. The poll watcher will be provided an area to view all actions of the election board without proper authorization. Without proper authorization, the election official is empowered to require a person claiming to be a poll watcher to leave the polling place. In addition, if two election officials agree that a poll watcher is engaging in conduct other than as allowed by MSB 2530-025D or engaging in conduct prohibited by MSB 2530-025E, the election officials are empowered to require the poll watcher to leave the polling place.
Okay, so that's the First Amendment to ordinance 25-012. Discussion on the, oh, go
So,
ahead, sir.
when I went through the ordinances with attorney, and the only thing about removing a poll watcher was notice that if one of the officials working there could pretty much tell the poll watcher to leave, which wasn't the way it was written, because that was the only section in that ordinance. And I wanted to ask how many people are usually working at the precinct, and they said usually 4. And if some of the comments that were brought up the 2 meetings ago was that so that one person just directly doesn't make a decision to send somebody home, maybe at least 2 of the people that are working at the precinct could agree, yes, that person has been disruptive. So at least, I guess, 2 people need to agree that, yes, that person is should be asked to leave. So that's how that amendment was put together. However, there was a little bit of misunderstanding that I want Lonnie to clarify, is that this is only if somebody, this section is only applies to the people that showed up and they didn't have credential, or this is if somebody did have credential and then was not behaving well, and was it took 2 members that are working the precinct to agree that, yes, that person is disruptive, that he or she needs to leave.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff, the way that I take it on how this is written from Mr. Spiropoulos is it clarifies that one election official can ask somebody somebody who claims they're being a poll watcher to leave if they don't have credentials. And then it further states that if a poll watcher has credentials and isn't following the rules, it'll take 2 election officials to ask that person to leave. But I want to be really clear, I'm an election official also. So if a chair calls me saying we're having a problem with an election official, I would count myself as the second person. So if you're wanting it to be election officials at the voting locations, that needs to be clarified.
Okay, well, before involving you and pretty much going up, because there's 40 different precincts running, my intent was that at least 2 that are working there must agree that, yeah, this person must leave. Obviously, if one of them contacted you, that makes it 2 as well. So I'm okay with that. But does that achieve the intent, what we're trying to do here, what I'm trying to do.
To clarify through the mayor to Assembly Member Fonoff, they always contact me before they ask somebody to leave. I would just want to make sure that you guys understand that. And I do believe it does, if you're requiring, if you want it to be 2 election officials that say that somebody's not following the process and they're going to ask a poll watcher to leave, I think this clarifies it and does do what you're wanting it to do.
Okay, because in that one it said it was 1, now makes it 2, the one that does have credentials, that whether they get your position as a number 2 or another person that's also working there. So yes, this is basically just clarifies, and yes, that's what I wanted.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Hours, did you have a comment on the amendment?
Yeah, I did. I like the 2 election officials. I get that. I'm a little confused about the part before requiring a person claiming to be a poll watcher. Are we just trying to say one election official can ask or require someone to leave who doesn't have credentials? So they could ask anybody. They don't have to be claiming to be a poll watcher. Anybody's being disruptive. Do we want to just, anyways, go ahead and answer. Yeah.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers, they can already do that, but people do come in saying they're there to poll watch. I can tell you it happens on the state level more than the borough when they actually don't have credentials. And I think that's what it's already trying to cover. You already can't loiter at a precinct.
Okay. I just wonder if we want to say, I think it might just be more confusing. I get that happens, but it's kind of confusing to single out people claiming to be poll watchers. So that part was confusing. And then that phrase, I think we talked about this before, without proper authorization, I think should just be struck because it's very confusing to say without proper authorization. That really sounds like you're just, if I was reading it, if I was reading it as a layperson who wasn't part of this discussion, I might be confused with that. So
that's already part of code, Assembly Member Nowers. That's not being changed. That's already part of code.
Well, I'm suggesting we change it because I think it's confusing.
Gotcha.
And I think we talked about it at the last meeting, and I'm trying to remember what Nick said, but I thought he said we could say prior authorization. I think we should just strike it because it's like you're just saying that the election official is empowered to require a person to leave the polling place if they're being disruptive. Anyways, I'm all those suggestions I'll leave to the maker of the amendment, but I think I can see the point that was made here that some of this wording is confusing, and you can see how people are trying to they're reading it differently than was intended. So just trying to be as clear as possible. Suggested amendments, strike without proper authorization, and then just say require a person who is being disruptive, engaging in conduct. The part below can be asked to leave.
I'd have to, if I could, Madam Mayor, I would have to, and let me look at code because that makes me concerned that poll watchers don't have to walk in and show their authorization by striking that. So I need to look and make sure that doesn't take that away because that is what they're supposed to do. I got Assembly Member Hale.
Just to clarify, I'm reading that, the way I read it is the election official doesn't need authorization. You're saying that you're reading it as without credential, without the person having a credential, the election official is empowered to require the person to leave?
Yeah, the way I'm reading, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. The poll watcher must present authorization as defined in subsection B of this section to the election official upon request.
Okay, I read that completely different.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So there is a way to do this if someone is that stuck on it. So you would take everything before election official and you would strike that out and you would say for the rest of that portion to read, election officials with an S are empowered to require a person without proper authorization to leave the polling place. And I would be willing to make a secondary amendment to that effect if we think it's necessary. I think the language is clear enough to me, but
you could just give us a second here to.
Now that I've looked at this, I think it's fine. And I think what you were saying was fine too, Assemblymember Nowers.
So are you still interested in doing the secondary amendment then?
If the assembly thinks that it's a good idea, then I would make that motion, yes.
You want me to restate it, Madam Mayor?
Yes, yeah.
If you have the amendment in front of you, it would read, what would be deleted is the words, "The poll watcher must present authorization as defined in subsection B of this section to the election official upon request. The poll watcher will be provided an area to view all actions of the election board without proper authorization." Those words are coming out.
No, not all of those words.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's what you have here.
We're just cutting this out.
Well, for Pete's sake,
And moving
thank
it
you.
down here. Everything above this
Oh.
stays the same.
Okay, I'm gonna have to read this.
Okay,
And you might
all
have
right.
to stand here because I don't know where your arrows are going. So correct me if I'm wrong. Please, please. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, I move a secondary amendment to change subsection C to read, "The poll watcher must present authorization as defined in subsection B of this section to the election official upon request. The poll watcher will be provided an area to view all actions of the election board. Election officials are empowered to require a person without proper authorization to leave the polling place. In addition, if two election officials agree that a poll watcher is engaging in conduct other than is allowed by MSB 25.30.025D or engaging in conduct prohibited by MSB 25.30.025E, the election officials are empowered to require the poll watcher to leave the polling place."
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, so we have a secondary amendment. Is there any objection, is there discussion on the secondary amendment?
Question to that correction, Tim. So basically, regardless, whether it's with authorization or without authorization, it takes two people to, or this is not, has nothing to do with two people, or this is because you will remove without proper authorizations, which then interprets regardless if they had poll watcher pass or didn't. Yes.
So if I may answer through the mayor. So I don't believe that it changes the intent of your amendment at all. It just kind of cleans up the language and puts it in a different order that makes Assemblymember Nowers a little more comfortable. Oh, and Assemblymember McKee a little more comfortable with the order that the language is in instead.
Okay.
If I could, it does make current code read
Cleaner.
more cleaner.
Cleaner.
More
No,
cleaner
no,
was not what
just
I meant
cleaner.
to say.
Just cleaner, no more cleaner, right, cleaner. So is there any objection to the secondary amendment? Okay, seeing none, then the secondary amendment. So is there a further discussion on the primary amendment as changed by the secondary amendment? Okay, is there objection to the primary amendment? Okay, alrighty, so we have that taken care of. So any additional discussion on 25012? Assemblyperson Hale, that's old, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see the cross out line. Okay, Assemblyperson Ponoff.
Go ahead, Lon. We'll read the second one and then we can talk about it.
Okay,
Assemblymember Fonoff's statement, I want to amend the code to allow for members of the public who are registered voters in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough to be able to be a poll watcher. Therefore, he moves to amend ordinance serial number 2512 by inserting into section 5 an amendment to MSB 2330025A that would add the language, additionally, one public member who is a registered voter of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough may be a poll watcher in each precinct and early vote count location. Also making a change to 2530025B1B to read at the end, or a public member who is registered voter of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough to serve as a poll watcher, and then to also change B1B by adding if any at the end of that sentence.
May I speak on it real quick?
Do you want to speak to
Yeah.
it, sir?
So the way the rules are, if somebody wants to be a poll watcher, unless they're part of the campaign of one of the people who's on the ballot, or they are one of the organized group that supports or opposing the ballot initiative, are allowed to request the pass from the clerk to be a poll watcher. We're not talking about state, we're talking about specifically Matsu Borough election. So state has different rules and that's different, but we're talking about strictly about Matsu Borough election. So there is no provision in place right now for general public to be involved to be a poll watcher. And some of the concerns that were brought up, why just a concerned citizen who's willing to follow the rules, go through proper training through with a clerk to be a poll watcher. And I figured that it's important to give that opportunity to regular citizens, even if they're not part of the candidates, they just want to know that our elections are running real smooth and clean, to be able to do that. The question brought up is how many we can accommodate. So, or we then assign them to a specific precinct. So this does not change any rules as far as the candidates that are already on the ballot or those groups that are not. They'll still have the ability to poll watcher. But this also just gives additional spot to a general member to be able to sign up. So even if, like, let's say 10 people sign up to be a poll watcher, and if there's one at this precinct, the other one can go to a different precinct, or that person left that precinct, the other person can. So it just gives that flexibility to have at least one poll watcher that is not associated with any group or anybody else on the ballot to be able to poll watch.
Further discussion on the Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm generally in favor of this. It sounds like a good idea, but if I might, for a moment, ask the clerk to play devil's advocate and tell us if she sees any unforeseen consequences that maybe we don't see.
To Assemblymember Hale through the mayor. Earlier, I was thinking I would handle it one way when Assemblymember Fonoff and I spoke about this, but it's how we move forward basically is up to me how I end up running that, unless the assembly provides me more direction in here. At this point in time, how I look at this is if I have 5 people come in that are general public members, they need to be able to tell me where they're going to be. And they can't really defray from that, because what if we end up with 40? So I think what I'd end up doing is saying that if you're going to go to a different polling location, you need to contact me to see if anybody else is assigned there. There may already be somebody there, and you can't go in if there's already somebody there. I just need to make it very clear to these public members, only one general public member can be in a polling location at any given time. And I can see it could cause a problem if it's not real clear to them.
Question, Tulani. Why can't the precinct leader inform if somebody comes to the door and say, we already have person that's already here from the general public, and perhaps goes and asks, do you plan to be here for a long time? And say, okay, we're going to be here another hour. All right, then he gives that opportunity. Why cannot be, I guess, handled per precinct location if you instructed them to follow the rule? Only one of general public member can be a poll watcher.
To Assemblymember Fonoff through the mayor, they do have to go in and tell an election official they're there. They have to go in and say, I'm here, because you can't loiter at a precinct. What I get concerned about is they get overly busy trying to do election official jobs by having them having voting people that I might want those those people that are public members that are out there being poll watchers to contact me to see where else they can go, where maybe somebody else isn't assigned. That's all I'm saying.
Historically, how many people been asking to be a poll watcher? Because this changes a little bit, because it used to be only available to candidate or their representation or the sponsor. But how we had requests that people come in the clerk's office, say, we want to be a poll watcher, and you're like, who you with? And then say, no, just, I'm saying, what's the interest has been like in the past? And is this really a concern that we're starting to put a lot more restrictions if we don't have to do that?
To Assemblymember Fonoff, last year we had a number of people sign up, but nobody ended up showing up to get their badges. About 3 years ago, we probably had about 25 people sign up, but they were through a candidate. We do get phone calls occasionally asking to be a poll watcher, and they don't realize the rules are you have to be with a candidate or an organized group. But once we open it up, maybe it will get busier. I don't know.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Bowers?
I think in general, this is a good idea. I think the things that Lonnie's talking about are things that I'm thinking about. So right now, if you have two people from a candidate that want to be in the same polling place at the same time, the candidate has to sort it out. The thing that could happen in this case is we could have a race in Wasilla, and we got 4 people from the public that want to be at that polling location at the same time, and the borough is going to have to tell them which of you can go. So you can see where we just, to the clerk's point, I think the process needs to be very transparent to the public, that maybe, I don't know, first come, first serve. Also, if somebody signs up and you say, well, that spot already taken, you can tell them there are candidates you could go approach and ask if you can, or groups, they might be able to observe on behalf of those groups. I don't foresee it. We just generally don't have a lot of poll watchers, but I hate to be in the situation where the borough people feel like the borough is telling them they can't do something. And so I'm for this. I just want to, it's a lot of burden we put on our clerks to make sure that the process is transparent so the public feels like they got a fair deal if you do have a situation where more than one person wanted to be in that place. And so they understand the rules and felt like they got a fair shot at it.
Question to Lonnie. Currently, is Republican Party or Democrat Party a major party that is registered? Is that considered a group that could petition for the poll watcher, or there is no path for that?
To Assemblymember Fonoff through the mayor, right now there is no path for that. You'd have to be an organized group for or against a proposition. And you'd also have, now if the one of the parties signs up with APOC for or against a proposition, that would be a different story. You'd have to be a registered group with APOC for or against a proposition to be considered a group.
Yeah, I don't like to give too many, somebody brought up, well, why don't you go to Canada and maybe Canada can give you a path. I think we should be a little more transparent. If we can't allow, as it sits now, we can't have Republican or Democrat Party or any organized party to ask for a pass. At least maybe add that. And if not, if general public wants to be regardless of what party they are, we should give them that option. Then I would agree with Ms. Nowers that first come, first serve, because if a person was there at 8 o'clock, and then somebody else they'll leave at, a couple hours later, somebody else has. So then that precinct is not assigned to that poll watcher. He or she signs up and then maybe doesn't show up, or only show up there for an hour. And then that whole precinct is now, that spot is given away. And then there's actually people that wouldn't want to watch, and that original one is not even there. So now the other person, they can't get in. So I do believe that the precinct leader should be able to manage that, to leave that one spot for the general public.
Further,
Let's vote on amendment.
okay? We still have Assemblyperson McKee.
So I don't like the idea of the precinct leader having that kind of responsibility. I mean, Lonnie knows what she's doing. And I think there just ought to be one source. Sorry, Lonnie, but I think that's you.
Assemblyperson Hale.
I like the fact that we aren't specifying in code who and what is making that call. That gives Lonnie a lot of leeway to come up with her own processes, her own rules, that, you know, her own internal processes, that how she thinks is going to work best. And she can adjust those as the years go by. And if something's not working, she can change it. We're not setting it in code. We're just saying that one person from the general public is allowed to be a poll watcher at every precinct.
And not even talk about precinct leaders or any of that stuff, just, so it's just like an automatic default to Lonnie, basically, yeah. I guess.
Okay, further discussion? Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, then that amendment passes. Further discussion on the main motion? Yes. Assemblyperson Hours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wanted to mention a couple of things about elections that I heard. There's concern that we're still using machines, and as the mayor mentioned, all the machines have been removed a couple weeks ago, except for machines that would be for visually impaired folks. So that legislation's available, and if folks have questions about that, as the mayor said, you can get a copy of the legislation. That was the one exception made for folks who have some kind of disability that would require them to use a machine. The oath I have heard talked about, and I didn't propose this legislation, and sometimes I have been opposed to, I was opposed to removing the machines to start with, because I like two checkpoints. But the oath, I just wanted to say, was for people who are counting ballots early, is my understanding of it, so that the people who are counting ballots early are being sworn that they will not share that information with folks. But I did have a question for the attorney on that, and I think I know the answer, because I think I've asked it before. But for those folks who are counting ballots early, is there any way to sequester them, to take cell phones away, to basically remove the ability for those people who know some of the results, because they are involved in counting before the ballots before the polls close? Is there any way the borough can require them to be sequestered? Just temporarily. We give them food and they could take potty breaks, but.
Yeah, I really don't know the answer to that question. I am more familiar with the code provision with the confidentiality, but I don't know if Lonnie, if you have had any discussions with the attorney. Sorry.
And if I could, to Assemblymember Nowers, and I'm assuming you're talking about the people that are there functioning as poll watchers.
This would be
for all of
those folks who, because what we're talking about is a change that would allow ballots to be counted by a group of people before the polls close. So this would apply to all people who are involved in counting those ballots before the polls close and have an indication of those results.
I think if I could, Assembly, when you asked that question earlier, Mr. Spiropoulos and I thought you were talking about the poll watchers, not necessarily the people that are counting. I think I can always request that counters that are counting early ballots hand over their phones, and if they need to use their phones, they do it in the presence of everybody in the room. I think where Mr. Spiropoulos was talking about sequestering is people trying to be poll watchers, and we tell them, no, you can't leave. So I think that's where the answer, no, you can't do that to poll watchers.
Okay, so I have an amendment I'd like to make. I'd like to amend this to strike all references to starting to count ballots before the polls close. So throughout the legislation, any reference to counting before polls close at 8 o'clock would be struck, and I can speak briefly to that amendment. I think the reason we got rid of the machines was because of a trust issue, not necessarily because we had shown anything in the borough had gone wrong, but people worried about not being able to trust it with the machines. And I think I can't support something that then opens up the ability for people to question the results, because some people would know the results before others. And if we could sequester people and there was no way for them to release those results, I could support that. But this would allow some people to know the results before others. And I just feel that opens up another avenue for people to question the results. So I can't support that. And I guess I'm just kind of a traditionalist. It's like you open the results and everybody gets to know them at the same time. So my amendment would be to strike all references to that. Everything else in the legislation would stay the same.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Paula.
This counting is specifically to the ones that have, if Lonnie can confirm that, is the ones that voted early in the prior 2 weeks. So this is when there was a large overwhelming amount of ballots that comes in from the previous week. And on the day of election, not before, only if that would give ability to for them to get the head start on the counting. This not in any way changes anything how each precinct is run. So worst case scenario, if there is somebody counted, the one who counted and seen early numbers, for one, that doesn't reflect what is going on at the polls. And as a candidate, even if you do know, if somebody did find out on the day of election to try to get somehow to really change the result, the likelihoods of that is very minimal. So I do want to say that this was specifically only for the early ones that already been brought up, and they're not waiting till 8 p.m. to start working. They can get to work on that day of. Doesn't mean that they're in the morning. Maybe clerk can decide, and it'll start at 4 p.m. We could change that, but this one didn't restrict that. But it is on election day, and only for the early votes.
Assemblyperson Hale, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for the clerk. So let's take a hypothetical situation where someone takes this oath not to reveal confidential information or whatever, and they're in there, they're watching the early returns come in, and it's not going the way that they like, and they call a candidate and they say, "Hey, you're getting hammered in these early returns. You need to get more people to the polls today." Let's say that they broke their oath in that manner. Would that person be able to be held criminally liable or
Civil? Yeah.
To Assemblymember Hale, it's that's why we did make it an ethics violation. So it is an ethical violation.
So is that a misdemeanor crime? Is that perjury?
Don't believe so, but I will refer to Ms. Beaudelet.
The intent of how it's drafted is that it would violate the borough's ethics code. And so it would be a civil matter.
A civil matter?
Yes.
A civil crime or a civil matter?
A civil matter.
I don't like that.
Well, then I think I would support Ms. Nauer's amendment. If the people are not to be held criminally liable if they break this oath, I don't think that it carries a whole lot of teeth.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I think there's only one way to guarantee that nobody's going to divulge any results, and that's to not open them until 8 o'clock. I mean, otherwise you could just say, "Oops, my bad, I lied." So what? It's over. The damage is done. You can't do any damage if you don't open them up. So I think 8 o'clock, like everybody else.
Further discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
I wholeheartedly agree with what Assemblymember McKee just said. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay, I understand there must be objection to the amendment, is there?
Clarification, what does this, just so we understand, on which page, is it the page and number the last, very last page, 8 out of 8, the portion that will come out promptly after 8 p.m., correct? So that will just stay there and that portion there. So what you want to do is just leave the promptly after 8 p.m., correct? Is that the amendment? Okay, if that's the will of the body, I'm fine with that because that just leaves that portion as it was before. So there's no objection there.
That's not what it said.
Yeah.
If I could clarify, that's not what the amendment is. The amendment says, I move to strike any reference to counting ballots before polls close. So I would have to take a look at this ordinance to make sure that anything that has to do with the poll watchers, because that's why poll watchers was changed. It might affect those areas too, and I don't know yet until I take a look at everything.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break and allow the clerk to look at that?
It's probably more than a 5-minute break, I think.
Or would we rather come back to this and continue finish? We did get 2 amendments in. I don't want to take this lightly. If it needs to be taken more, I mean, if Ms. Nowers, if your amendment was only to promptly after 8 p.m. on the last page, that will stay there. That will leave as is. But if clerk's saying that it complicates more, then I would rather not rush it.
First, we need to extend.
I will, okay.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, will you move to extend the meeting, please?
I move to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Is there
Any objection? No, no objection. Okay, Assembly Person Sumner, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would suggest we vote on this amendment and then someone proposes we postpone it until we can check the amendment. Does that make sense?
Yep.
If I could,
Yes.
Ms. Beaudelet, do you think we could take a look at this and maybe take a quick recess and then we can come back and tell the assembly what it would affect, what it would and wouldn't affect?
Okay.
I'll leave that up to the assembly though.
Okay, so for 10 minutes, will that give you enough time, Madam Clerk?
I hope.
Okay. Alrighty, so we are in
Been 10 minutes.
Okay, if we can have everybody come back, please.
Good luck. Where is, oh, there we go. Where's he? He's getting what? Oh, okay. And where's
Rotten back there, Sunday back there. Okay. Okay, so we'll call the meeting back to order. And Madam Clerk,
Okay.
do you
And
have
I will go through it page by page, and if I speak out of turn, if Miss Beaudelet or Miss Nowers could let me know, some of the member Nowers could let me know. Page 3 at the top, we're going to be keeping the word, getting rid of the words tabulation and keeping the word counting, but we are going to keep in the words 8 p.m. on election day. That stays. What also stays is the word counted, and the word tabulated is gone. 1, right below that whole section gets deleted. Page 4. B2. 2 gets deleted. Page 5. At the end of 3 and or gets deleted, and number 4 gets deleted. And then starting on page 7, all of section 8 gets deleted, and the remainder, that code just stays the way it is. So section 8 just comes out.
Okay. Oh, Assembly Person Hours, that was your amendment. Do you?
Hold on, we got a question, Madam Mayor. If section 8 comes out, code remains the same as it is right now.
So Assembly Person Hours, I believe this is your amendment, so.
Yep, thank you to the clerk, and I will bring you chocolate tomorrow. But yeah, this just removes the references to counting ballots early. All the other changes, allowing 200 words for candidates, and making sure we clarify if somebody is not behaving correctly. Everything else that was proposed in the original stays the same.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment.
Lonnie, did you say
Yeah.
section 8 on the page 7 completely comes out?
Yes, excuse me. All of section 8 that starts on page 7 and ends on page 8, all of that section would come out. There would be no changes to that section of code. So it might as well be deleted.
What's the first word that section 8 starts with?
Section 8 on page 7 begins at the bottom of the page. It's 2535-081, and it starts out with A, the early ballot shall be delivered to the election officials assigned. That's where it starts.
Okay.
And that section would just come out, and that portion that's not being changed would remain the same inside code.
Okay.
Okay, further questions of the clerk or discussion regarding the amendment? Give you, it looks like some people are still reading, so I'll give you a minute.
Okay, Assemblymember Hill.
Oh, yes, Assemblyperson Hale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just to clarify, Section 8 is coming out because there are no changes to MSB 2535-081.
Correct. Assemblymember.
2535-081 would stay exactly as it is currently written, and so we do not need a Section 8 saying amendment of Section 2535-081.
Correct, Assemblymember Hill.
Just be clear.
Assemblyperson McKee, you have your light on, are you? Okay, all righty. So everybody's had a chance to look at it. Is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, seeing no objection. Alrighty, so that amendment passes. Now we're back to the main motion of the ordinance 25-012 as amended. Further amendments or discussion? Assemblyperson Fauno.
Earlier, Lonnie, I asked you if currently the party can request to also send a poll watcher, and then they can manage which, precinct, but party, registered party, especially maybe associated with candidate, is allowed, and there isn't a path right now for major party, registered party to request a poll watcher. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fanoff, that is correct, unless they are an organized group in favor or opposing
Okay.
a ballot proposition.
How does state runs it, or what can we do so that also that gives a party opportunity to send an observer so that it's also ran smooth and clean, kind of how we added one person out of general public for the party of each for a candidate to be able to also have an observer.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fanoff, I don't know how the state connects their poll watchers or what Title 15 reads in reference to their poll watchers. I'm assuming it just says the parties. I don't know.
Okay, well, they can determine within the party, but I'm saying, what can we, is there, can amendment, or would that be on the previous legislation? On this one, is there anything with the poll watcher here?
Assemblymember Fanoff, you might have to ask your
Okay,
question to me again.
let me
I'm
try it
sorry.
again. Okay, we did the poll watcher that we allowed a one person from general public, correct? How can I make an amendment that the registered party is able to do that same thing?
I would like to know how state statute reads in reference to what they consider a registered party. I don't even know who would they register with. I'm assuming it's the state of Alaska. So I'd really want to know what state statute reads in Title 15 to add the party language to this. Maybe we say registered parties with the state of Alaska. I don't know. I'd have to refer to Ms.
Okay. I would not like to, the amendments that we made are very good and I think very well debated. But if we can still continue to work on this, I would be willing to give this more time for us to prepare this if we need to, so that we're not rushing just to go ahead and adopt it and then thinking that we could do another additional thing. So I would like to explore that option, how we could also have the party is be able to also request the place for a poll watcher. So if we don't have the knowledge how we can word that, maybe me and you can work on that and maybe reach out and then implement that at a later date, so that we're not rushed right now. Would you be okay with that?
All right, so, yeah, so you could again move to postpone and have it then incorporated, or you can go ahead and adopt it and then come up with something separate later on.
If we adopt it, then don't we have to reopen it? We have to have so many votes just to reopen it, correct? And we have only so much
You wouldn't
time?
have to reopen it, you just have an amendment to this section, so.
It would be a different legislation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
so it's a new-
Assemblyperson, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
So in that case, I would like to give another 2 meetings away from now for us to continue to work on this, because I believe we're gonna, between now and then, we addressed the things that were on the table, but I think there's still work to be done. And I would like for you guys to support me to postponing this and not vote on it today.
Okay, and so that would be more, March 4th, I think?
I think he said a month.
Oh, a month, I'm
So
sorry.
March 18th.
So the 18th again.
Yes.
Okay. So discussion on the motion to postpone. Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I'll support that.
Okay. I don't know, he didn't have,
Yeah.
I know you wanted to say something earlier, but
It's germane.
it is germane. Okay.
I was going to offer a motion to postpone, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to do some other amendment or what, but, okay. Further discussion on the motion to postpone. Is there any objection to the motion to postpone? Okay, hearing no objection, then ordinance 25-012 will be heard again, and I guess it will come back under unfinished business, right? Yeah. So again, it'll come back under unfinished business on the 18th, and so the same procedure as what was done earlier this evening. If you want to testify on it, you will do it under audience participation, because we've already had the public hearing and that, okay? All righty, so there are no vetoes. And Madam Clerk, we're ready, I guess, for introductions.
Introduction for public hearing on March 4th is ordinance 25016, ordinance 2519, ordinance 25021 with accompanying resolution 2516, ordinance 2522, and for public hearing on May 20th, resolution 2520.
Okay. Is there any objection to the introductions? Go ahead and move the introductions. sir.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for March 4th, 2025 and May 20th, 2025 respectively.
Okay. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, then they are set. Vacancy report, Deputy Mayor.
I move to approve the mayor's recommendation as follows. Agriculture Advisory Board, Dylan Blankenship, Charmin Othout. Animal Care and Regulation Board, Destiny O'Dannell. Local Emergency Planning Committee, Gina Ortenquist.
Okay. Discussion on the vacancy board. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, then the vacancy report has been approved. There is no new business. There are no referrals. There are no reconsiderations, so we're to the point of parting remarks. Assemblyperson Gamble, parting remarks, sir.
I will see everybody on March 1st for the strategic planning meeting, and aloha from the Big Island.
Are you nice and suntanned and sunburned?
I do have a little sunburn, thank you.
Okay. Well, get some for the rest of us, okay? Madam Attorney, do you have parting comments?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
Dear Lord, we thank you for all your blessings and thank you for all the trials and hardships that you bring us closer to you. Thank you for your love and grace. We ask for your wisdom and guidance. Please keep our first responders and military safe. Please take care of our elders. Give them patience to teach. Give our youth a listening ear to learn. May you open our hearts to receive your love. Please help the sick, the broken, the addicted. May you heal hearts and souls. Please fill us with the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assemblyperson Hale, parting comment?
No comment, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you. I had a few items. One on the Heather Way. That's pretty cool to have the folks come forward, and congratulations to Assemblymember Fauna for working on that, and to the borough staff for making that happen. It was just pretty cool to have people come back and have a real problem that I know there's a lot of issues cleaning up those properties. So to see that get cleaned up and see what a difference it makes for the community is pretty neat. And I know there was a lot of folks involved in that. I wanted to apologize to Miss Spone, who's not here, and apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. At the last meeting, she took something I said to be directed at her, and it was not at all directed at her. And what I was trying to communicate is that the efforts the borough is making to try to get the opioid funding we have to be available for treatment that is the reason we are talking to the cities. And if there's concerns about that, that please reach out to the borough. So we have a chance to explain that, because some people have said they think there's nefarious purposes afoot. And my understanding is completely that we are trying to use some money we have to try to get people off drugs, which is a real problem. So I just, I didn't want to leave that without saying that I apologize for being misinterpreted there, or if she believed that I did not mean it in that direction. I also just wanted to note there was an order that basically king salmon fishing has been shut down in Matsu and Kenai. I just note that. I don't think anybody's unaware of it, but it's just a sad state of affairs, and I'm glad we have the Fish and Wildlife Commission that we do have working on this, and sure hope to turn it around, because we used to get 20,000 kings into the Deshka, and it was a big economic driver and freezer filler, and now we're getting 3,000 and nobody can go fish there. And that's just sad to me. And then lastly, over the past few days, I've had quite a few conversations about the federal layoffs. There's many in Matsu who have lost positions, including several in Palmer. The layoffs are targeted at reducing the federal workforce, but it appears that they were targeted exclusively, almost exclusively at people on probation without regard for their performance. And now they are going to have on their federal employment record that they were terminated for performance. So the emails that went out that were sent to them said they were being terminated for poor performance. My understanding from talking to folks is some of those people had never had a performance review. Some of them had nothing but good performance reviews. So I wanted to ask that the manager send a note to our delegation, just asking to ensure that people who worked for the federal government who had no review or have never had a negative review, that they do not receive a black mark on their record because of efforts to reduce the federal workforce.
Okay, Borough Manager, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So without any objection to that, I'm going to take that as direction from the Assembly. Two things real quick to your point about the opioids. So we did, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Sparopoulos presented to the Houston City Council last week. They did adopt an ordinance to transfer those powers. They're on the schedule for, I think, February 24th for Wasilla, or it's next week. Oh, is it March 10th? Okay. So that's coming up, just so you're aware of that. So they're making those presentations to those city councils as part of that information sharing to see if those councils are warm to the idea of doing that. So we do not have a date for Palmer, City of Palmer as of yet. Also, just that reminder, Mr. Gamble mentioned the strategic planning on March 1st. That is at Station 6-5, where we've done it the past couple of years at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, right? On the 1st, that happens to be a Saturday. Yeah, it's in the red folder, yeah. So, but just so you know, the two topics we'll have prepared for you, we'll do a quick update on community cleanup. Probably won't take too long. And then the Assembly Committee on Energy has been developing a policy framework. So we'll share that with you, and then you can interact with the three Assembly members that were part of developing that. And we can talk about, is that something the body's ready to adopt or move forward? So those are the two topics that we'll have prepared to discuss. If you have others that are of interest to you, it would be helpful if you'd let me know in advance so that I can make sure the right folks and or information are available to you. But that's what I have on the docket. We plan on talking about those two things and listening to your priorities. That's all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, parting comments?
I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I'm going to tell the assembly that I'm going to really need help, especially the years we're with the state in reference to getting election officials. The early vote people, we got our last team 2 days before the election. And I already have 4 of them that will not do it again. So we really need help getting people to do this. We had 1 extra person for hand counting at precincts. We used them. If we end up with nobody, then we're not going to be counted. We end up short at places, we're not counting those precincts. We need people. Luckily, we were able to get it accomplished. But when we don't, we can't get it done. And when the years we're with the state, we probably need more early voting officials. Where we're going to count to be able to fit that, I don't know at this point. I just know that the 4 of them that said they won't be back because it was too much. So we need to do something, and I need more people.
Assemblyperson Sumner, parting comments?
No comments, thank you.
Assemblyperson Ponoff, parting comments?
Thank you, Lonnie. That was well taken. I think we will do best to reach out, and our resolution that we passed a couple meetings ago did give liberty to explore, and hopefully we can offer a decent compensation for those people who are willing to work. So I think you'll probably present us with your numbers when it comes to budget, and I think that might be one of the factors that we could encourage more people be involved if they're actually getting a somewhat of a decent compensation for that day that they're willing to work. So, and that's all I have.
There was a testimony earlier this evening regarding the gas line, and that we should be sure that we have starting to get our stuff together. Last week, the governor called for a teleconference with the mayors of the boroughs that are going to be affected. That was North Slope, Fairbanks, Kenai, myself, and Denali. And we met via Zoom or no, teleconference with the governor. And he said they were waiting for 2 pieces of paper prior to the time when we can pursue and move forward. He's going to put together a working group, and the first paper they anticipate will be here within 10 days. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks, and then the other paper should be here on the 3rd week. So I think are starting to get hooked up with what's going to need to take place. And also there was a lunch and learn at the legislature, was last Tuesday, I believe, with the proposed gas line company that has made the deal. Or start to make the deal. And so I know that's a separate item, but you can easily make, your appearance, or you can listen to it on archives. And the company introduced themselves, and because I, like probably many of you, didn't know anything about the company until it showed up. And so that was there. And then I believe today, the same company did, and I haven't had a chance to look, the same company either yesterday or today made a presentation to one of the resource committees in the House or the Senate down in Juneau. So there are things going on. It's just that the newspapers haven't picked it up but the governor is moving forward, as well as working with the president on the gas line, and whether it will be with that company, Glenford company, or not, I don't know. But anyway, so there are things going on. So with that, I will adjourn at 10:23.